Chapter 456. Xiao Yan lowered his head to look at the beauty who had once again fainted in his embrace. His sickly old face immediately turned completely red. This was especially so when the alluring body of the young lady was reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. Xiao Yan's heart began to beat faster at this moment. However, Xiao Yan was someone who had experienced it before. He more or less possessed his own resistance to this kind of thing. In merely an instant, the restlessness that had just risen in Xiao Yan's heart was swiftly suppressed by Xiao Yan. Soon after, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his large sleeve. Dou Qi poured out and formed a black robe on Wuxia Xianxia's lovely body. It completely covered the snow-white body of the young lady that was exposed to the outside. After which, she was gently placed on the ground by Xiao Yan's side. Soon after, the moment Xiao Yan stood up and turned around, the strong man who had been sent flying by Xiao Yan's attack from the large pit in the distance also staggered as he climbed out of the large pit. The instant the strong man raised his head, Xiao Yan also coincidentally raised his gaze. After which, the two human figures looked at each other from a distance of 1,000 feet. Their respective bodies appeared to have solidified in an instant and did not move at all. Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the slightest when faced with the strong man in front of him. However, the gentleness that was originally contained within his pair of dark black eyes had already disappeared. Replacing it was an indifferent gaze that caused one to feel a chill from the bottom of one's heart. As for the strong man, his heart was also filled with anger toward this young brat who had single-handedly ruined his plans. He even wished that he could pull out the tendons and pull out the bones of this brat. However, at the same time, when the strong man saw Xiao Yan for the first time, he had already discovered in his heart that the strength of this young brat in front of him had actually reached the level of a 5-star half-emperor. Compared to him, there was only a gap of 1 star. Hence, when the strong man looked at Xiao Yan, his heart similarly did not dare to be careless. Humph, kid, I didn't expect you to be able to refine an emperor-grade pill at such a young age. I have to say, you are truly a rare genius. As he said this, the burly man slowly placed one hand behind his back. With a thought, the Dou Qi in his body surged and quickly gathered in his palm. You want to snatch the pills I refined? Xiao had naturally sensed the actions of the burly man in front of him. However, he could not be bothered. His words cut straight to the chase. Heh, this medicinal pill of yours is an ownerless item. As the saying goes, only those who are fated will obtain it. This king is merely helping you obtain it and not burying it. But why would you say such words? The burly man gave a sinister smile, and the expression on his face gradually turned vicious. This pill was personally refined by me. How could it be ownerless? Unless, you guessed right. As long as you die, this pill will become an ownerless item. So, kid, go to hell. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being too stupid. You actually did not take any precautions against this king. Xiao Yan's words had yet to fade when the burly man suddenly laughed out loud. With a cry, the burly man had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He waved his large hand and his 5 fingers were tightly clenched into a fist. A frightening strength was contained within his palm as he viciously smashed his fist towards Xiao Yan's head. If this punch were to land, even with Xiao Yan's strength, only death would await him. However, even at this moment, Xiao Yan still emitted a soft laugh. He slowly lifted his gaze. His eyes were filled with indifference as he stared at the burly man in front of him. He slowly said, "It is not that I am not on guard against you. It is just that it is unnecessary to be on guard against someone like you. You are seeking death." Hearing that Xiao Yan actually dared to be so arrogant in the face of death, the burly man's heart was immediately enraged. He let out a stern cry and the Dou Qi in his body swiftly churned. The strength contained within his large fist also became even more frightening. In the next instant, the burly man's large fist, which was wrapped in Dou Qi and was larger than Xiao Yan's head, was already less than an inch away from Xiao Yan's face. In the next moment, Xiao Yan would become one of the dead souls under this burly man's hands. Qi, however, in the blink of an eye, the burly man's expression abruptly changed when his fist was thrown out and landed on Xiao Yan's face. This was because when his fist landed, Xiao Yan, who was smashed by his large fist, actually disappeared into thin air. Under the wind of his fist, nothing was left. An afterimage. Seeing this scene, the expression on the burly man's face became one of shock. It was difficult to imagine that at such a close distance, this black-robed young man was actually able to perfectly dodge his attack. How is this possible? Other than being shocked, the burly man's heart was filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that a 5-star half-martial emperor would actually be able to perfectly dodge the attack of a 6-star half-martial emperor like him. Moreover, he had done it in such a thrilling manner. From the way it appeared earlier, Xiao Yan had done it on purpose. This also meant that Xiao Yan possessed a frightening speed that allowed him to easily dodge all of his attacks. Thinking of this, the burly man's heart was suddenly startled. He could not help but doubt the true strength of this black-robed young man. After all, being able to easily dodge the attack of a 6-star half-martial emperor was something that an ordinary agility do skill would not be able to do. Unless, his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. If that was truly the case, it was likely that he had kicked an iron plate today. Since you've already made your move, it's my turn now. Just as the burly man's heart was filled with fear, an extremely cold and indifferent voice was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Hearing those words, the expression on the burly man's face involuntarily changed slightly. His body shook and he was about to explosively retreat in a flash. However, right at this moment, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of the burly man. His pale face carried a bone-chilling smile as he faced the burly man's 4 eyes. Such an abrupt instant also caused the burly man's heart to suddenly freeze. His pair of beast-red eyes abruptly shrunk. Just as the burly man recovered, Xiao Yan coldly laughed. Immediately after, he flipped his palm and ferociously sent a palm strike ruthlessly smashing into the burly man's chest. Soul-suppressing seal. Bang! Following the explosion of the palm, a muffled bang sound was emitted. The burly man's body flew back uncontrollably. After flipping a couple of times in the air, he violently smashed into the ground and slid nearly 1,000 feet across the ground. Only then did he collapse onto the ground like a pile of mud. His aura had already completely disappeared and he was undoubtedly a dead man. Chapter 457. A single palm strike. A single palm strike had killed a 6-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, the numerous demonic beasts that had been attracted by the emperor-grade medicinal pellet had turned completely silent. The scene before their eyes was truly too shocking. It was hard to imagine that a 6-star half-martial emperor, the strongest person present, would actually be killed by a single palm strike from a 5-star half-martial emperor. This sort of thing could be said to be inconceivable. Of course, in the hearts of these fellows at this moment, Xiao Yan's palm had brought them more fear. After all, even that 6-star half-martial emperor had died at Xiao Yan's hands. How could they, who possessed even lower strength, possibly be a match for this black-robed youth before them? Immediately, many of the demonic beasts that had transformed into human form began to retreat. Standing in the air, Xiao Yan's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the group of demonic beasts that were still revealing greedy gazes. His gaze involuntarily revealed some astonishment. These guys were truly worthy of licking blood from blades. Even at this moment, they were still unwilling to give up on fighting over the emperor-grade medicinal pill. Xiao Yan took a deep breath with some difficulty. First, he had refined the medicinal pill. Then, he had used the soul-suppressing seal. At this moment, there was not much soul energy left in the soul bead in his mind. As for Xiao Yan, he was already unable to forcefully suppress the feeling of weakness coming from within his body. If he wanted to recover as soon as possible, he would have to send this group of demonic beasts away. Humph! A cold snort was emitted. Everyone present was as quiet as cicadas in winter. After having witnessed the frightening aura of Xiao Yan earlier, no one present dared to treat this black-robed young man in front of them as an ordinary 5-star half-D. When Xiao Yan's cold snort was heard, everyone's gaze uniformly landed on Xiao Yan. At this moment, everyone's nerves suddenly tightened. Waves of cold sweat had already drenched their backs. Even though they were half-martial emperors, they were still unable to summon the slightest bit of the imposing manner that a half-martial emperor should have before this black-robed youth. Leave this place within 10 breaths, or die. Xiao Yan's tone was unyielding. After this icy-cold voice was emitted, a frightening Dou-Qi energy suddenly swept out from within Xiao Yan's body. The powerful pressure caused everyone present to reveal grave expressions. Even those 5-star half-martial emperors like Xiao Yan had faces filled with shock at this moment. The shock in their hearts could not be described with words. Judging from his appearance, how could this black-gowned man possibly be a 5-star half-martial emperor? Judging from his oppressive might, his actual strength was likely at least that of an 8-star half-martial emperor. After that oppressive might was emitted, the remaining few 5-star half-martial emperors looked to each other in secret. They then took another glance at Xiao Yan. A couple of them seemed to be confirming something. In the next moment, they suddenly turned around and, with their fastest speed, shot explosively toward the direction they had come from without even turning their heads back. Seeing that Xiao Yan actually did not continue to attack, the remaining people present also turned around and hurriedly raised the Dou-Qi within their bodies. One by one, they began to move, and rapidly ran in the direction they had come from. They wished that they could instantly distance themselves from Xiao Yan's line of sight. After all of the people present had left, Xiao Yan's body grew soft and he nearly fell from the sky. Only then did he descend shakily and arrive before Wuxia Xianxia. He looked at the beautiful person who had already fainted. Because this girl had used a secret technique earlier, her bitter training in the past month had once again turned into nothingness. At this very moment, the injuries on Wuxia Xianxia's body were even more serious compared to a month ago. If he could not quickly heal her injuries, then this time around, Wuxia Xianxia's life would truly be in danger. Damn it, what a stupid girl. Could it be that she truly doesn't want to live anymore? Xiao Yan tightly frowned and cursed in a low voice. After pondering for a moment in his heart, he finally shook his head helplessly. He forced himself to raise his spirit and dragged his exhausted body to the front of the medicinal cauldron. Looking at the thunderclouds in the sky that were about to disperse, Xiao Yan could not help but sigh in relief in his heart. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Yan looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Looking through the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Yan saw the glazed medicinal pill that was emitting a dazzling golden light within the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan swiftly lifted both of his hands. With a thought, the Dou-Qi within his body swiftly surged out. Following the movement of Xiao Yan's fingers, numerous mysterious seals were swiftly formed. It was the Dan transformation divine skill. This time around, facing the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Yan did not have the slightest hesitation. He forcefully endured the waves of weakness that were emitted from his body. Xiao Yan's teeth fiercely bit the tip of his tongue. At the same time that fresh blood sputtered out, Xiao Yan's body violently trembled. Only then did the world in front of him become much more stable. At the same time, the beautiful, heavenly flame agglomerated into a palm-sized fire ring between Xiao Yan's hands. Following a thought from Xiao Yan, it turned into a ray of light that shot into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Buzz buzz buzz, feeling the fire ring approaching, the medicinal pill suddenly trembled intensely at this critical moment. Immediately, a golden ray of light wildly surged out from the medicinal pill and agglomerated into a layer of golden energy shield around the medicinal pill. Chi, with the protection of the shield, Xiao Yan's Dan transformation ring was unable to break through to the front of the medicinal pill. Xiao Yan's expression became increasingly pale in this short moment. It was unexpected that the medicinal pill was still unwilling to settle down even at this moment. If it were not for the fact that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was too weak at this moment, this thing would definitely not be able to endure for so long. Damn it. When he thought of how Wuxia Xianxia was currently seriously injured and how such a thing had happened, Xiao Yan's heart immediately became anxious. If it was something else, it would have been fine. However, this girl was injured because she was stalling for time for Xiao Yan. Even though that little bit of time was not important, this girl still ended up making a move. Whether it was due to emotion or reason, Xiao Yan could not ignore it. Sigh. Xiao Yan helplessly sighed in his heart. With a thought, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. A mysterious symbol appeared between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. It was the Xiao clan tattoo. When the clan tattoo appeared, Xiao Yan's aura also rapidly rose. His condition also temporarily recovered. Ha! Taking advantage of this short moment, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly became awe-inspiring. With a low cry in his heart, Xiao Yan swiftly lifted his hands. Seals were quickly formed between his hands. At the same time, the aura of the Dan transformation ring also rapidly rose. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's hands waved forcefully. The palm-sized Dan transformation ring also abruptly expanded by more than 10 times. With a thought from Xiao Yan, the energy shield on the medicinal pill was forcefully burst open like a balloon. With a bang, it was forcefully burst open. Dan transformation ring, collect. Chapter 458. In the blink of an eye, night once again descended. A young man in black robes was sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes tightly shut in a certain open space within a dark black mountain forest. His face was slightly pale. In front of this man was a delicate lady who was similarly covered in a black robe. Her pretty face was completely pale. From the looks of the latter's current expression, it was clear that she had suffered quite a serious injury. These two people were Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia. At this moment, Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut. His aura was withdrawn. Following his inhalation and exhalation, waves of mottled natural energy swiftly gathered from the surrounding space. They followed Xiao Yan's pores and entered Xiao Yan's body. After which, they were refined by the flame art chi method and finally merged into the vortex within Xiao Yan's body. As for the current Wuxia Xianxia, after Xiao Yan had fed her the D-tier medicinal pill, he could clearly sense an extremely powerful medicinal strength within her body. However, due to Wuxia Xianxia's injuries being too serious, the medicinal strength was unable to completely merge with the injuries within her body. Hence, even at this moment, the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill could only linger within her body and was ultimately unable to heal her injuries. A moment later, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. At a glance, he saw Wuxia Xianxia in front of him, whose face was still pale. Immediately, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned. If the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill was unable to completely merge with Wuxia Xianxia's body, it would ultimately be useless even if she swallowed the medicinal pill. At this moment, if he wanted to use the most gentle method to merge this medicinal strength into her body, he could only rely on Do Qi to activate it. Given Wuxia Xianxia's current condition, it was clearly impossible. Hence, this heavy burden could only be placed on Xiao Yan's shoulders. The corner of Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily twitched when he thought of this. At this moment, even he himself was in a weakened state. At this moment, he actually had to help this girl activate the medicinal strength within her body. This was undoubtedly a huge problem for the current Xiao Yan. Tisk, Xiao Yan snorted softly and helplessly curled his lips. Who asked him to be more or less responsible for the serious injuries of this great lady in front of him? Now, in order to not feel guilty in his heart, he could only save this annoying fellow in front of him first. It had to be said that if it was possible, Xiao Yan really didn't want to have any relationship with this Wuxia Xianxia. However, fate made fools of people. He was afraid that he would have to bring this trouble along with him for the rest of the journey. Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a bitter sigh when he thought of this. After which, he gently lifted this delicate and boneless lovely body. With a flip of his hand, he poured the Do Qi in his body into the young lady's body in order to help her activate the medicinal strength that was unable to spread within her body. However, Guyu's voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Yan's heart at this moment. "Humph, kid, are you sure you're saving people and not killing them?" "Huh." Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little startled in his heart when he heard this sudden voice. After which, he swiftly reacted and let out a long sigh of relief. After which, his tone was filled with doubt as he spoke to Guyu within his body. What is it?" Am I not saving her? If I do not act, it is likely that this girl will not be able to survive this calamity today. From the looks of the young lady's injuries, if she was unable to recover from her injuries within a day, it was likely that her life would really be in danger. At that time, Xiao Yan would likely have to bear the guilt for the rest of his life. What you say might be right, but if you really act, it is likely that this girl will not even be able to live past a day. Ugh. Xiao Yan's pale face suddenly changed after Gu Yu's words sounded. He did not understand the meaning behind Gu Yu's words, but Xiao Yan had always trusted Gu Yu. Naturally, he would not doubt his words. Hence, Xiao Yan's extended hand was swiftly withdrawn after Gu Yu's words sounded. After this little girl has gone through so much, the injuries within her body have already become so severe that they can't get any more serious. Now, no matter if it's her internal organs or meridians, they are all extremely weak. Once your strong dou qi enters her body from the outside, during this process, it's enough to cause her injuries to worsen. At that time, even if the gods come, they won't be able to save her. Cold sweat immediately surfaced on Xiao Yan's pale face when he heard Gu Yu's words. He involuntarily rejoiced in his heart. It was fortunate that he had an old antique like Gu Yu by his side. Otherwise, Wuxia Xianxia might really have died to his hands. Xiao Yan bitterly sighed in relief. Soon after, he hurriedly opened his mouth and asked Gu Yu. Old Gu, since this is the case, is there any other way to help this girl spread the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill within her body? Gu Yu involuntarily curled his lips when he heard this question. I say, you are at the very least a tier 2 alchemist, right? Why do you act like a beginner when faced with such a situation? Cough cough, Xiao Yan involuntarily coughed in embarrassment when he heard Gu Yu's blunt words. After which, he gently frowned and doubtfully asked Gu Yu in his heart. Are you saying that I should use a heavenly flame? Gu Yu was speechless when he heard Xiao Yan's words. It was a long while later before he helplessly curled his lips and said, Idiot. Don't tell me that a heavenly flame cannot be activated by dou qi. The old me is talking about acupuncture points. Massage a few of the acupuncture points on this girl's body and activate the dou qi within her body from the outside. As long as the dou qi within her body is activated, the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill will naturally spread. At that time, the injuries within this girl's body will be healed. Ugh, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily became a little startled when he heard this. Massaging acupuncture points? Why did he feel a sense of déjà vu when he heard these words? At this moment, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes to the sky. The scene from the magical Beast Mountain range back then involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He, brat, this is a great job. He. At this moment, Gu Yu's mocking laughter was vaguely emitted from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. Just by hearing this mocking laughter, one could sense the ill intent within it. Xiao Yan's eyes slanted. His heart involuntarily felt a little weak. It was a long while later before he softly asked in his heart. Old Gu, according to what you said, the few acupuncture points that I need to massage are, don't tell me you don't know. It's the few meridians that are required for the cultivation method, as well as the few meridians that connect to the internal organs. This little girl's injuries are not light. Remember, every meridian on the internal organs must be carefully massaged. He. Xiao Yan's pale face suddenly flushed red after Gu Yu's mocking laughter was emitted. Chapter 459. Xiao Yan's face was boiling hot as he looked at the unconscious Wuxia Xianxia in front of him. Xiao Yan naturally understood the meaning behind Gu Yu's words. The main acupuncture points on the qi paths that Gu Yu had mentioned were all the more sensitive spots for a woman. Once Wuxia Xianxia woke up during the massage, it was likely that the misunderstanding would become a little big. Ugh, Xiao Yan sighed deeply. His brows were tightly knit together as he thought of a solution in his heart. If it was possible, he did not wish to have anything to do with this young lady in front of him. Unfortunately, even though Xiao Yan had racked his brains, he was still unable to think of a better solution. From the looks of the current situation, what Gu Yu had said was imperative. Xiao Yan shut his eyes tightly and helplessly shook his head. However, he quickly nodded heavily. After which, he inhaled a deep breath of air. Only then did Xiao Yan appear to have made some kind of decision. His hand slowly extended from under his sleeve. He extended 2 fingers. With a twist of his hand, the 2 fingers turned into a sword and suddenly pressed down on a certain spot on the young lady's lower abdomen. Excuse me. I hope that you can understand. I am doing all of this for your own good. Xiao Yan's finger instantly pressed on the young lady's flat lower abdomen, which was wrapped in a black robe, after his voice sounded. Despite being wrapped by the black robe, the young lady's exquisite and well-proportioned lovely body was still perfectly displayed in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Moreover, with the contrast of the black robe and the drowsy manner of the young lady at this moment, the allure that she gave others was not suppressed. Instead, it became even more enchanting at this moment. Although Xiao Yan's finger had pressed on the black robe, how could the thin gauze cover the young lady's soft and lovely body? Immediately, an unusual smooth feeling swiftly surged into Xiao Yan's mind. A faint warmth was transmitted to Xiao Yan's thumb through the black gauze, causing that smooth feeling to appear incomparably clear at this moment. When that unusual feeling surged into Xiao Yan's mind, Xiao Yan's face instantly became even redder. Even the 2 fingers, which were pressed on the young lady's lower abdomen, involuntarily trembled. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's mental strength was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiao Yan swiftly calmed down. His flushed face also gradually recovered. After exhaling a deep breath, Xiao Yan once again held his breath and concentrated. Immediately, he exerted strength in his arm and gently twisted his wrist. His thumb followed suit and began to gently massage the young lady's flat lower abdomen. Following Xiao Yan's massage, the dou qi within the vortex in the young lady's body actually began to circulate slightly. At the same time, the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill, which had yet to spread within Wuxia Xianxia's body, also began to move strangely at this moment. Oh! It works! Sensing this, Xiao Yan immediately rejoiced in his heart. Unknowingly, he also increased the strength of his fingers' massage. At the same time, the speed at which the medicinal effect spread within the young lady's body also increased. As time elapsed, Xiao Yan's finger also gradually changed its position from the young lady's lower abdomen. Wherever Xiao Yan's thumb reached, the medicinal effect within the young lady's body would also completely cover it. Wuxia Xianxia's pale face finally recovered some color. As time gradually elapsed, Xiao Yan's finger also gradually moved from Wuxia Xianxia's lower abdomen to the position above the young lady's waist, which was not large enough to be grasped with one hand. At this moment, Xiao Yan's pale face involuntarily became even paler. He was originally not in his best condition. Forcefully maintaining a high level of concentration was undoubtedly a great exhaustion to Xiao Yan's mental strength. At this moment, Xiao Yan's black long robe from head to toe had already been completely drenched by perspiration. A scarlet color had also gradually spread within his pair of dark black eyes. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly. His breathing from his nose became increasingly rough. Threads of perspiration continued to slide down from Xiao Yan's forehead, gathering at Xiao Yan's chin and turning into a crystal-clear water droplet. After which, with a drip sound, it dripped onto the green rock in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, under the effects of the medicinal pill, the originally unconscious Wuxia Xianxia could already vaguely feel a strange feeling at this very moment. As the medicinal effect spread, the injuries within Wuxia Xianxia's body gradually improved. The young lady's consciousness also unknowingly became increasingly clear. In the midst of her vagueness, that strange feeling had already become increasingly clear within the young lady's consciousness. Until the end, following a low groan, Xiao Yan's originally focused eyes suddenly widened. His grave face rapidly became deathly pale. As his throat rolled, traces of a fishy sweet taste also surged into Xiao Yan's throat. Huff, huff, after violently gasping for breath for a moment, Xiao Yan's pale face finally turned his gaze towards the still unconscious Wuxia Xianxia. After seeing that the latter did not show any signs of waking up, Xiao Yan finally heaved a long sigh of relief. His gaze was still filled with suspicion as he stared at the latter's tightly shut beautiful eyes for a moment. Soon after, Xiao Yan's face was grave as he once again focused his attention. His finger trembled slightly as it once again landed. This time, Xiao Yan's finger landed near the young lady's chest. That area could be considered as a rather sensitive area for a woman. The instant Xiao Yan's finger landed, Wuxia Xianxia's seemingly calm pale face involuntarily knitted her brows together. A strange expression flashed by and disappeared. Therefore, Xiao Yan did not discover it. However, following Xiao Yan's massage, the young lady's breathing had unknowingly become somewhat hurried. Her pair of slender jade-like hands that were covered by the black robe also tightly clenched. After a long while, Xiao Yan's massage finally reached the last acupuncture point. At the same time, this acupuncture point had also reached Wuxia Xianxia's heart. At this moment, Wuxia Xianxia, who had forcefully closed her eyes, was almost unable to endure any longer. Her entire delicate body could not help but tremble slightly. As for Xiao Yan, due to the excessive exhaustion of his mental energy, his spiritual strength was unable to endure. Everything in front of his eyes had subsequently become blurry. Until a certain moment, Xiao Yan's body relaxed and softly fell onto the delicate body in front of him. Ah! Exclaiming in her heart, the young lady's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. The instant she opened her eyes, she saw an exhausted face of Xiao Yan, who had already fainted. Seeing this scene, the young lady's expression involuntarily became a little sluggish. Only then did she react. Every part of her body that had been massaged by Xiao Yan's finger earlier had already been filled with a gentle medicinal power. A warm feeling filled the young lady's entire body. Immediately, the young lady was finally able to understand Xiao Yan's actions earlier. However, other than this, a different kind of complicated feeling involuntarily rose in the young lady's heart. After all, even though Xiao Yan had saved her, but regardless, Xiao Yan's actions earlier could be considered as touching her entire body from head to toe. When she thought of this, sparkling tears involuntarily surged into the young lady's pair of beautiful eyes. Even though she knew that Xiao Yan did not intend to do this, in her heart, she was still somewhat unable to accept such a thing happening. However, after the young lady saw Xiao Yan's exhausted face, the thoughts in her heart suddenly gradually calmed down. Although her words were as such, Xiao Yan had after all saved her a couple of times. All of this could only be treated as a dream. The young lady lifted her beautiful eyes and looked up at the endless pitch-black night sky. The bright white moonlight scattered over the empty space in the forest, covering the young lady and the unconscious Xiao Yan's body. It was as if a layer of gauze had covered them. At the same time, on a certain tall mountain peak in the depths of the Shilin mountain range, 3 figures were standing. These 3 people were Tianying, Yanshi, and Xionggang. At this moment, there were another 3 to 4 figures behind the 3 of them. They were respectfully standing with fearful expressions. Looking at these few people, it was clear that they were the few 5-star half-emperors who had fled from Xiao Yan during the day. Chapter 460. The next day. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. After a night of recovery, Wuxia Xianxia's overall condition had already recovered significantly. The miraculous nature of an Emperor-tier medicinal pill was indeed incomparable. With the aid of an Emperor-tier medicinal pill, Wuxia Xianxia's body's injuries had recovered much faster compared to the 1 month of recovery in the hot spring. At this moment, Wuxia Xianxia's overall strength had recovered by at least 30%. From this, it was obvious just how frightening the energy of an Emperor-tier medicinal pill was. Of course, although the Emperor-tier medicinal pill had already completely merged with Wuxia Xianxia's body, the medicinal strength contained within the medicinal pill had yet to be completely absorbed by Wuxia Xianxia. Therefore, as long as Wuxia Xianxia put in a little effort over the next few days to completely activate the medicinal strength within her body, it was likely that Wuxia Xianxia's injuries would once again recover to their peak in less than a week's time. At that time, Xiao Yan would be able to leave this girl who caused him to feel annoyed. Although the injuries within her body had been healed, Wuxia Xianxia did not neglect this opportunity. Taking advantage of her current good condition, she hurriedly sat up. Her delicate jade-like hands formed a cultivation seal. As the qi method within her body circulated, waves after waves of natural energy swiftly gathered towards the young lady. On the other side, Xiao Yan was still sleeping soundly at this moment. Even though it was already close to noon, from the looks of Xiao Yan's sleeping appearance, it was likely that he would not wake up for a short period of time. There was nothing that could be done. Continuously exhausting a large amount of spiritual strength was something that even Xiao Yan would not be able to endure. Only in this current state would he be able to recover the spiritual strength that Xiao Yan had exhausted in the shortest time possible. At the same time, at a place near the depths of the Shilin mountain range, 3 human figures were stepping on empty air and flying. Their direction was where Xiao Yan was currently located. In the blink of an eye, a new day had arrived. Xiao Yan's eyelids trembled slightly and his eyebrows knitted together. Finally, he slowly woke up from his deep slumber. The moment he opened his eyes, Xiao Yan saw a beautiful young lady who had changed into a long dress and was sitting cross-legged on a piece of green rock under the sunlight. Her white jade-like hands formed a cultivation seal, and a rosy color once again surged onto her originally pale face. Her weak aura also became stable. Xiao Yan shook his head in a somewhat perplexed manner. Only then did he stand up from the ground. A cool breeze blew past and Xiao Yan immediately felt his entire body shake. The sleepiness in his heart was also completely wiped away in an instant. Raising his head slightly, Xiao Yan closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the refreshing air between heaven and earth. He slowly extended his hands from under his sleeves and then suddenly clenched them tightly. Ha! Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. After which, his entire body suddenly shook. Immediately, a wave of bone-cracking sounds were emitted from all over Xiao Yan's body. Feeling the abundant dou qi in his body, Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze turned and once again landed on Wuxia Xianxia's body. Although the young lady had already entered into a training state at this moment, she had already clearly sensed the gaze that Xiao Yan shot toward her following the recovery of the injuries in her body. Her long beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Immediately, a pair of lively eyes met Xiao Yan's eyes like the stars in the sky. The eyes of the two of them met, but for some unknown reason, Xiao Yan seemed to have recalled something. Their eyes merely met for an instant before Xiao Yan was the first to look away. A complicated expression involuntarily flashed across Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face. Her bright eyes turned and she also looked away. He, little fellow, why are you hiding? You threw yourself onto me when you were unconscious. I did not see you hide back then. Now that things have already happened, what is there to hide? You should just face your feelings. In any case, there is only the two of you here. No one will disturb you. Gu Yu's teasing voice was suddenly transmitted from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart after Xiao Yan turned his eyes away. Xiao Yan's face swiftly turned bright red when he heard those words. Cough cough, Xiao Yan coughed awkwardly in his heart. Only then did he snappily reply to Gu Yu. My consciousness was blurry back then. How can it be compared to now? She clearly woke up before me. If I was still lying on her back then, wouldn't it be, relax. If she really wanted to kill you because you touched her body, she would have done so long ago. Didn't you realize that this little girl had already woken up while you were massaging her? Ugh, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly hardened when he heard Gu Yu's words. Back then, he had focused all his attention on helping Wuxia Xianxia resolve the medicinal strength in her body. How could he have the time to bother about whether she was awake or not? However, if it was really as Gu Yu had said, wouldn't the matter of him massaging Wuxia Xianxia have fallen into her eyes? Xiao Yan's face instantly turned bright red when he thought of this. He lifted his eyes and looked at Wuxia Xianxia, only to discover that the latter was also looking at him. Immediately, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily became a little startled. He hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. That matter, there is no need for you to say anything more. Just treat it as a dream and nothing has happened. However, before Xiao Yan could say anything, Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face turned slightly red as she glanced at Xiao Yan. Her tone was calm as she spoke. As the young lady's words fell, the atmosphere in the square immediately became somewhat oppressive. The gazes of the two of them looked around. Their lips moved slightly, but they did not know what to say to alleviate this oppressive atmosphere. However, a short moment later, the expression on the face of Xiao Yan, who was originally frowning helplessly, suddenly changed. His body, which was standing on the ground, suddenly turned around. He lifted his head and looked at the western sky behind him. Xiao Yan could clearly sense that at this moment, there were 3 extremely powerful auras flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Yan instantly recognized the owners of these 3 auras. These 3 people were surprisingly the 3 great kings from the depths of the Shilin mountain range. Tianying, Flame Lion and Xiong Gang. Xiao Yan did not expect that these 3 fellows would actually chase him all the way to this place. However, it was fortunate that Xiao Yan's Sky Absolute Step had already entered the wind movement stage. He naturally had some confidence when facing these 3 people. However, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned after thinking about it. He was indeed not afraid of these 3 people. However, the key was that Xiao Yan still had Wuxia Xianxia beside him. This was really troublesome. Chapter 461. Once Wuxia Xianxia's words were spoken, the expressions of the Heavenly Eagle trio in front of her instantly changed. Their eyes revealed a shocked expression. If something happened to this great ant in front of them in their territory, they would not be able to keep their heads. Seeing this, Wuxia Xianxia coldly snorted. The expression on her pretty face immediately became displeased. She glanced at the 3 people in front of her and spoke with a tone filled with complaints. A month ago, I was chased by a group of people and nearly lost my life in their hands. It was Xiao Yan who saved me. At that time, there was a 9-star half-emperor in that group. In order to save me, Xiao Yan used all his strength to kill them all. When she finished speaking, Wuxia Xianxia took advantage of the shock on the faces of the 3 people in front of her to playfully glance at Xiao Yan. With regards to this, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of the Heavenly Eagle trio abruptly changed. The 3 of them looked at each other. In their hearts, they believed 70 to 80% of Wuxia Xianxia's words. After all, if it was someone else, they might not believe it. However, Xiao Yan had suppressed the 3 of them by himself. Just based on this point alone, they had no choice but to believe Wuxia Xianxia's words. However, just as the Heavenly Eagle trio thought that the young lady had stopped speaking, the latter opened her mouth once again. The hearts of the 3 people in front of her immediately tightened when she spoke. It's not over yet. I originally thought that it would be fine if those humans were involved. However, I never expected that even the magical beasts of the Shilin mountain range would dare to touch me. If it was not for Xiao Yan, I'm afraid that you would not have been able to see me. Wuxia Xianxia angrily rebuked. Her gaze stared at the 3 people in front of her and coldly said, "They are all your subordinates. I must settle this debt with you." Ugh, the 3 of them endlessly complained in their hearts when they heard this. Since the matter had already developed to such a state, regardless of whether it was true or false, it was likely that they could no longer touch Xiao Yan. The reason why Wuxia Xianxia would say all this was likely because of Xiao Yan. The 3 of them looked at each other as their hearts were filled with bitter smiles. From the looks of it, not only were they unable to touch Xiao Yan, they even had to be deeply grateful to him. After all, it was just as Wuxia Xianxia herself had said, regardless of how important the Eastern Wall was, it was still insignificant when compared to her life. Immediately, the 3 of them faced each other. They looked at each other and immediately understood each other in their hearts. After which, they turned their gazes to Xiao Yan in unison. They cupped their hands to him and said with a smile, there were many misunderstandings earlier. I hope that Sir Xiao Yan can disregard the former enmity. The 3 of us will first apologize to Sir Xiao Yan." As their voices fell, the 3 of them simultaneously bowed and cupped their hands towards Xiao Yan. Seeing this, the latter also hurriedly cupped his hands. At the same time, Xiao Yan also turned his gaze towards Wuxia Xianxia and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The young girl also gave a charming smile and immediately retracted her gaze. Her expression once again returned to its previous cold and indifferent appearance. Looking at the three people in front of her, she curled her lips and said, "Ugh. How should I settle this debt with you?" Hearing the young girl's tone that was filled with ridicule, the three of them could not help but have a bad premonition. "How about this? Xiao Yan has saved my life and is this young Miss Savior. As long as the three of you are able to satisfy one of his requests, this young miss will consider this matter over. How about it, do all of you agree?" The young girl's tone towards the end of her words gave one the feeling that she could not be refuted. With regards to this, the three of them were even more speechless. They looked at each other and the three of them had an expression that wanted to cry but had no tears. Only then did they hurriedly and respectfully said to Wuxia Xianxia, "This matter will be arranged by young miss." Seeing this, Wuxia Xianxia turned her head and looked towards Xiao Yan. Her gaze seemed to be asking Xiao Yan if he was satisfied. The latter involuntarily laughed when he saw this. The young girl also smiled. She turned her head and ordered the three of them, "Let's go to your old nest first. The injuries within this young miss body have yet to recover." The young girl seemed to have suddenly recalled something after her voice sounded. At the same time as she flew towards the west, her pretty face also appeared crimson. After which, Xiao Yan once again cupped his hands together towards Tianying and the other two. He looked at Wuxia Xianxia's graceful back, shook his head and smiled before following. Tianying only frowned and sighed after he had pulled some distance away from the two of them. His pale face appeared somewhat ugly at this moment. Humph. This fellow destroyed the eastern wall and nearly caused a great disaster. Now, he actually found young miss as a protective talisman. However, there will come a day when this king will make you pay the price. Tianying bitterly clenched his teeth and spoke with a pause between each word. However, Xionggang once again frowned in response to these words. His rough fingers rubbed his chin as he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yan's back. It was a long while later before he said in a deep voice, "Boss, from what I see, perhaps we were indeed wrong about Xiao Yan destroying the eastern wall. Him destroying the eastern wall might not be a bad thing." "Oh." Tianying and the flame lion by the side immediately frowned after these words were spoken. Their faces were gloomy as they looked at Xionggang. The two of them immediately felt uncomfortable in their hearts when they heard Xiongang's words. However, Xionggang inhaled a deep breath of air in response to this. He mused for a moment before he raised his eyes and opened his mouth to speak to the two beside him. "All of you should know that the eastern wall needs to be repaired once every 100 years. However, the both of you should also have a deep understanding during the repair process. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the cold qi has become increasingly severe. At this moment, even if the three of us were to join forces, it would be difficult to completely suppress it." Tianying and the flame lion exchanged glances when they heard Xiongang's words. Their faces involuntarily revealed a doubtful expression. They were well aware of this information. However, Xionggang had once again brought it up. It should not be without reason. Soon after, Xionggang continued, "This time around, if we were to really wait for the eastern wall to be broken by the cold qi in one go, it is likely that the three of us would no longer be able to suppress it. However, after the collapse of the eastern wall this time around, I have discovered that it was precisely because of Xiao Yan that he had unintentionally dug out the crack under the eastern wall. The cold qi had also spread quite a bit. This will also prevent us from creating more trouble in the future. Therefore, I believe that on the whole, Xiao Yan destroying the eastern wall this time around did not harm us. Instead, it has indeed created an opportunity for us to take the initiative. Perhaps in this way, we will be able to delay the time when the cold qi completely erupts for a while." Tianying and the flame lion immediately looked at each other when Xiongang's words were spoken. The two of them frowned and pondered for a moment. Only then did they understand the clues within. According to what Xionggang had said at this moment, in addition to the words that Wuxia Xianxia had said earlier, not only could they not blame Xiao Yan, they should instead thank him. The three of them raised their heads and looked at Xiao Yan's blurry back at the end of their sight. The expressions on their faces gradually became more complicated. Chapter 462. Humph. Brat, it's too early for you to be happy. Earlier, you were merely lucky. I don't believe that your strength can increase by much in 3 months. Tian Ying's blue eyes were immediately filled with fury when he saw the faint smile on Xiao Yan's face. His mouth let out a stern cry as he waved his large hand. The fingers on both of his hands curled slightly as they transformed into claws. His feet suddenly stepped on empty air and his body suddenly shot forward. The claws on his hands danced and tore through the empty air, carrying a wave of ear-piercing sonic booms. Hearing Sky Eagle's words, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled up slightly. The tip of his foot lightly tapped on the void. His body was like a small boat that gently swayed in the void. His body tilted to the left side of the void. In the next instant, one could only see a claw that carried an unparalleled might close to Xiao Yan's face and brushed past Xiao Yan's right side. 3 months' time is enough to change a lot of things. For example, the difference in strength between you and me. As his indifferent voice drifted out, Xiao Yan's body turned around and he casually used the sky extinction steps. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind Sky Eagle. Ah! Sky Eagle was once again shocked. He hurriedly stopped his body that was charging forward. At the same time, his body turned around and he ferociously clawed at Xiao Yan who was behind him. Xiao Yan's emotionless eyes stared at the rapidly expanding claw in front of him. His expression did not change in the slightest. The corners of his mouth curled up and he suddenly raised the hand behind his back. With a thought, a layer of purple gold dragon scales instantly covered his entire right arm. With a twist of his wrist, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. With a clang sound, his fist violently collided with Sky Eagle's claw. Bang! When the two collided, the surrounding void immediately collapsed. A formless energy ripple suddenly spread out. Xiao Yan's body violently shook. His body that was standing in the void did not move at all. On the other hand, the anger in Sky Eagle's eyes rapidly receded after this attack. Instead, it was replaced by a deeply solemn expression. Middle 5-star half martial emperor. How is this possible? One must know that 3 months ago, Xiao Yan's strength had clearly only reached the 5th-star half martial emperor realm not long ago. How could he have reached the middle stage of the 5th-star half martial emperor realm in less than half a year? Moreover, with Xiao Yan's frightening agility and speed, even when he was only a 5-star half martial emperor, he was already able to leave a 9-star half martial emperor in the dust. It was hard to imagine that in the future, even a Do Di would not be able to do anything to him. Yan Shi and Xiong Gang involuntarily frowned when they saw that Xiao Yan and Tian Ying were actually evenly matched in the fight. When the two of them heard the shocked words from Tian Ying's mouth, their expressions involuntarily changed. However, when Wuxia Xianxia, who was in the mountain forest below, saw this scene, she felt disbelief in her heart. This guy. Could it be that he's hiding his strength? Otherwise, how could there be such a monster in this world? Wuxia Xianxia's face was filled with shock as she watched the scene in the sky. Her mouth involuntarily exclaimed. With the strength of a 5-star half martial emperor, he was evenly matched with a 9-star half martial emperor. It was likely that this kind of battle result had never appeared even in the entire continent. Nothing is impossible. It's just that the world in your eyes is too small. Hearing Tian Ying's words of disbelief, Xiao Yan merely smiled. His extended fist violently shook. An enormous force was emitted, causing Tian Ying and Xiao Yan to both take a couple of steps back. The two of them raised their gazes. The expression in their eyes were different. Brat, how arrogant. Let's attack together and take him down. Seeing that Tian Ying was actually unable to suppress Xiao Yan's aura, Xiong Gang immediately took a step forward. His eyes angrily glared at Xiao Yan as the Do Qi within his body surged out. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, this brat is making me more and more curious. A mere 5-star half martial emperor is actually able to erupt with a strength that even we don't dare to underestimate. I really want to know exactly where you came from. The flame lion's face revealed a hungry expression as he laughed loudly. Soon after, a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. His body suddenly shook and scarlet-red dough qi immediately crazily surged out from all the pores on his body. At the same time, his feet ferociously stomped on the air and violently charged towards Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, the flame lion had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. He waved his enormous fist. Scarlet-red dough qi was like a flame that covered the flame lion's fist as it pounced towards Xiaoyan. Facing the flame lion's overbearing attack, Xiaoyan's expression was extremely calm. When the enormous fist arrived in front of Xiaoyan, the latter's body leaned back slightly. At the same time, his feet moved and he instantly used the sky extinction steps. In the next moment, the flame lion's enormous fist penetrated Xiaoyan's body. Only then did the former react. It turned out that the person in front of him was actually an afterimage. Afterimage. The flame lion exclaimed. The expression on his face also changed. His body abruptly turned on the spot and the flame lion violently threw a punch behind him as if it was a conditioned reflex. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook. The two of them both moved back. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on Xiaoyan's face. He waved his large hand and a beautiful, heavenly flame immediately surged out, sweeping towards the flame lion from all directions. Bang! The powerful dough qi was mixed with a frightening hot flame. It was like a vast ocean as it violently poured down towards the flame lion from all directions. Faced with this sudden, heavenly flame wind, the expression on the flame lion's face instantly changed. However, before he could do anything, the heavenly flame wind had already landed on his body. Grug! The frightening, heavenly flame violently smashed onto the flame lion's chest, causing the flame lion's face to instantly turn red. The ribs on his chest repeatedly emitted a bone-cracking sound. Soon after, a large mouthful of bright red fresh blood was finally violently spat out by the flame lion. His body also uncontrollably flew backwards and was caught by Xionggang, who was behind him. Insolent brat! You will definitely pay the price for this. Xionggang raised his head. Fury churned in his eyes as he spoke sternly to Xiaoyan. I have already heard such words far too many times. However, I am still me. Swoosh, Sky Eagle's body flashed. Its sharp claws directly grabbed at Xiaoyan's throat. Brat! You have challenged our patience time and time again. Today, even if you earn some extra money, this king will definitely keep you here. With a stern cry, Tianying's body had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. A pair of azure eyes were dyed with a scarlet red at this moment. A bloody scar gradually appeared within his heart. Blood Eagle Curse. A scarlet blood-like fog suddenly surged out from within the heavenly eagle's body after the hoarse cry sounded. It lingered around the heavenly eagle's body. Numerous strange lines surfaced on its pair of white claws and the heavenly eagle's speed instantly soared. Chapter 463. Secret Technique. The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily became a little startled when he sensed the powerful aura being emitted from Tianying's body. His body quickly pulled back while his mouth muttered in a deep voice. Soon after, the heavenly eagle followed close behind like a maggot in one's bones. Blood-red dough qi agglomerated on the tip of its finger, transforming into numerous sharp thorns. At the same time that Xiaoyan's body was withdrawing, the thorns followed close behind and violently slashed at Xiaoyan's chest. Even though Xiaoyan's speed was quite fast, Tianying's secret technique was to change one's sight. Xiaoyan was unable to dodge in time. Hence, he could only watch as Tianying's sharp claws ruthlessly landed on his chest. Sizzle! The black robe on the surface of Xiaoyan's body was instantly torn apart amidst the dazzling sparks, revealing the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor that covered Xiaoyan's entire body. The sharp thorns violently brushed against Xiaoyan's Dragon Phoenix ancient armor. An extremely ear-piercing creaking sound was emitted. The dragon scales in front of Xiaoyan's chest were forcefully torn apart by the sharp thorns, forming 5 scarlet bloody scars. Bright red fresh blood swiftly flowed out from the wounds, appearing quite glaring. Ha! Tianying's heart became even more ferocious after his successful attack. He waved his left arm and the other 5 sharp thorns instantly slashed across Xiaoyan's chest. They were even more vicious as they left behind 5 deep scars on Xiaoyan's chest. Grug, the expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately paled after receiving this heavy blow. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. His body also swiftly retreated to the back with even greater speed. Behind Xiaoyan, Xiongang's body suddenly shook when he saw Xiaoyan charging toward him. The brown-yellow dou qi within his body swiftly surged out. His strong body suddenly moved and was just like a small mountain as he violently charged toward the retreating Xiaoyan. Humph. Xiaoyan's eyes immediately became cold when he saw Tianying and Xionggang, one in front and one behind. The corner of his mouth, which was dyed with blood, was lifted into a mocking cold smile. At a certain moment, Xiaoyan's retreating body suddenly stopped in the air. He raised both of his hands and numerous complicated seals swiftly changed. In the next moment, when the two were only a few dozen feet away from Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan fiercely shouted in his mind. Tense of the 6 paths. Rise. At the same time, behind Xiaoyan, a strange pitch-black barrier condensed in an instant. At the moment when the 2 people rushed in front and behind him, Xiaoyan smiled coldly. His body leaned back and disappeared into the barrier behind him. Then, boom! Xiaoyan's figure slowly appeared in the empty sky. His face carried a mocking expression as he looked at the spot where he had been standing earlier. At this moment, Tianying and Xionggang were retreating in a somewhat miserable manner. Xiaoyan's sudden action earlier had caused the 2 of them to appear extremely miserable. The 2 of them paused. Immediately, their eyes that were filled with anger suddenly turned and landed on Xiaoyan. Brat! You actually dared to trick us. Tianying's heart was filled with anger as he looked at Xiaoyan. He waved his hand and a countless number of sharp thorns immediately gathered around his body. The sharp thorns were pointed at Xiaoyan. Huh, you are asking for trouble. How can you blame me? Xiaoyan crossed his arms in front of his chest. His eyes looked at Tianying and Xionggang as he laughed coldly. Roar! Brat! Eat a punch from this king first. Xiaoyan's words had just sounded when Xionggang roared furiously. His strong body suddenly moved and once again charged towards Xiaoyan. At the same time, Tianying also waved his large hand. The countless number of sharp thorns seemed to have grown eyes as they swiftly shot towards Xiaoyan. His body once again stepped on empty air and swiftly charged towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan laughed coldly when he saw this. Tianying had used the opportunity to injure him earlier. However, at this moment, the distance between the 2 of them was over 1,000 feet. It would not be so easy to injure him now. Humph! Xiaoyan snorted coldly. Both of his hands were once again lifted and the seals changed. The dou qi within his body also swiftly flowed out at this moment. At the same time, the distance between Xiaoyan and Tianying swiftly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, there was less than 100 feet of distance between them. Xiaoyan split his attention. On one hand, he swiftly formed the complicated seals in his hands. On the other hand, he repeatedly dodged those sharp thorns. At the same time, he also needed to prepare to deal with these 2 who were about to arrive. Ha! Brat, prepare to die. A thunder-like stern cry was suddenly emitted. Xiongang's small mountain-like body was the first to charge. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Xiongang's large hand clenched in empty air. Dou qi swiftly gathered in his palm. At the same time that Xiongang's hand was raised high, an enormous stone hammer was also formed in his hand. Xionggang raised the enormous stone hammer in his hand, which was more than half the size of Xiaoyan's body. His face carried a ferocious expression as he smashed it towards Xiaoyan's head. At the same time, Tianying had already arrived behind Xionggang. Compared to Xionggang, his heart was filled with suspicion as he looked at Xiao Yan. There was a faint premonition in his heart. In the next instant, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his mouth wide when the enormous stone hammer in Xiongang's hand descended. At the same time, an earth-shaking cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Yellow Spring Divine Fury. Mao Mao Mao. In an instant, the souls of the two in front of Xiao Yan suddenly shook. Their bodies also froze at this moment. The enormous hammer that was descending towards Xiao Yan's head also paused for an instant. Soon after, when the two of them recovered, a beautiful fire will was also formed in Xiao Yan's hand. Angry Buddha Reincarnation. A faint voice was slowly emitted. At the same time, the fire wheel in Xiao Yan's hand flickered slightly. In the blink of an eye, a shocking dark black energy light pillar shot out from the wheel. With one strike, it sent Xionggang and Tianying, who were in front of Xiao Yan, flying. The two of them, who were sent flying by the energy light pillar, were directly buried deep into the mountain forest below. Immediately, the sky shook and the entire world began to tremble intensely. Xiao Yan heaved a long sigh of relief after sending the two of them back. Using a Daoist skill that exhausted a lot of energy in succession was still quite a big burden for the current Xiao Yan. If it was not because he had activated the strength of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline right from the start, it was likely that this battle would not be as easy as it appeared to be. Of course, the attack earlier did not cause them any real harm. Although those attacks appeared to be heavy, the strength of the three of them was still there for all to see. How could it be so easy for Xiao Yan to seriously injure them? Hence, Xiao Yan held back in each of his attacks. He only hoped that they would be able to understand this little bit of his intentions. Xiao Yan was really unwilling to become enemies with the three great kings of the Shilin mountain range. The current Xiao Yan had already made quite a number of enemies. If he were to provoke these magical beasts as well, it would be a huge problem for Xiao Yan. Before he possessed the strength to truly suppress them, Xiao Yan did not wish to go overboard with them. However, the tree wanted to be still, but the wind did not stop. The moment Xiao Yan withdrew the angry Buddha reincarnation, a human figure suddenly appeared in the empty space beside Xiao Yan. As the figure twisted, a terrifying whip kick that could split mountains and split the earth violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's head. Humph. Xiao Yan had already sensed this long ago. Hence, when the latter appeared, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. His entire body was immediately surrounded by a golden light. In the blink of an eye, he had already turned into a giant Vajra god. Get lost. Faced with the latter's fatal attack, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and grabbed the latter's leg. With a wave of his arm, he was about to violently throw the latter away. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan. Wait. Chapter 464. In the boundless sky, the young lady's clear voice was unhurriedly transmitted over, causing Xiao Yan's hand movements to instantly become sluggish. His brows, which were covered by the golden light, frowned slightly. His gaze withdrew and looked at where Wuxia Xianxia was at this moment. At the same time, Wuxia Xianxia, who was on the ground, also swiftly got up. The tip of her feet lightly tapped on the ground. Her delicate body moved and she quickly flew towards Xiao Yan in the sky. Roar! After being restrained by Xiao Yan, the expression on the flame lion's face changed slightly. However, it immediately saw that Xiao Yan had actually stopped moving. Immediately, it once again circulated the Dou Qi in its body, intending to forcefully escape from Xiao Yan's hands. Humph. Seeing that the flame lion actually still wanted to attack, Xiao Yan immediately snorted angrily. His right hand, which was grabbing onto the flame lion's body, suddenly pulled back forcefully. The flame lion's body was instantly pulled uncontrollably by Xiao Yan into the empty space in front of him. Immediately after, before the flame lion could recover, Xiao Yan's hand, which was grabbing onto the ladder, suddenly loosened. The instant it was pulled back, it was tightly clenched into a fist. By the time the flame lion recovered, Xiao Yan's fist had already solidly landed on the flame lion's body. Puchi. Immediately, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The flame lion's body also flew out uncontrollably. Its entire aura also rapidly decreased. After which, the flame lion was just like the previous two and violently smashed into a mountain forest below. After that, Wuxia Xianxia leaped into the air and arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Seeing that Xiaoyan had actually sent the flame lion flying, Wuxia Xianxia could not help but frown slightly. She curled her lips and looked at Xiaoyan, saying, "Didn't I tell you to wait? Why did you still attack?" Hearing Wuxia Xianxia's somewhat complaining words, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. His pitch-black eyes stared at the latter and said in a deep voice, "He has already attacked me and you still want me to wait? Could it be that you want me to wait until he kills me before I make my move?" The young lady was immediately speechless when she heard this. What Xiaoyan said was right. After all, it was the flame lion who had attacked first. At this moment, she was blaming Xiaoyan for no reason. It was likely that no one would be able to endure this. Wuxia Xianxia curled her lips slightly. While feeling helpless in her heart, Wuxia Xianxia could only shift her slightly worried gaze towards the mountain forest below. After a few intense clashes between Xiaoyan and Tian Ying's group, several huge pits had already appeared in the mountain forest. The three of them were currently lying within. Rest assured, they are fine. How could a Grand 9-star half-martial emperor be so easily dealt with? Seeming to have seen through the apprehension in the young girl's heart, Xiaoyan already understood in his heart that the young girl in front of him was likely related to these three fellows. Otherwise, she would not have remained here even after Xiaoyan's warning. Even more so, she would not have called out to stop Xiaoyan at such a crucial moment. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the expression on the young girl's pretty face became slightly better. Immediately after, she turned around and sized up Xiaoyan from head to toe. An extraordinary splendor circulated within her beautiful eyes. Seeing the expression that was revealed within the young girl's eyes, Xiaoyan could not help but curl his lips slightly. He could even imagine what Wuxia Xianxia was going to say next. "Xiaoyan, you're really, only, a 5-star half-martial emperor." Before the young girl's words left her mouth, Xiaoyan interrupted her. Faced with this sort of doubt toward his strength, Xiaoyan did not know how many times he had heard it. Could it be that these people judged people based on their cultivation? Hearing the words spoken by Xiaoyan, the expression on the young girl's pretty face became even more suspicious. However, at the same time, deep astonishment was also revealed in her beautiful eyes. Suppressing 3 9-star half-martial emperors with the strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor, this sort of battle accomplishment could be said to be terrifying. Even with Wuxia Xianxia's experience, this sort of battle accomplishment was something that she had never heard of from any of the elders in her clan, much less those ancient records. However, right at the moment when the young girl was about to speak again, several voices filled with astonishment suddenly sounded from the mountain forest below. "Eldest Miss, why are you here?" As the voices sounded, Wuxia Xianxia turned her head around to look. As for Xiaoyan, his eyes were slightly narrowed as he thought in his heart. Immediately after, he smiled and slowly dispersed the Vajra-colored glass body. The oppressive aura that was released from his body was also absorbed back into his body. Since he had confirmed the relationship between the young girl before him and these three people, Xiaoyan believed that there should not be any more conflicts in the future. Of course, if there were, Xiaoyan was also confident that he would be able to calmly deal with these three people. "So the 4-star half-martial emperor that we investigated was you, eldest miss. After not seeing you for a few years, eldest miss's strength has actually reached such a level. TSK, you truly make the three of us blush with shame." Xiaoyan's eyes turned and saw the current Tianying trio. After receiving a heavy blow from Xiaoyan, the three of them were injured. This was especially the case for Xionggang. He had directly received a Buddha's angry reincarnation from Xiaoyan. That frightening strength directly broke the layer of rock armor on the surface of his body. His entire body was dyed with fresh blood. The injuries within his body were sufficient for him to rest for a period of time. The three of them stepped forward. When they saw Wuxia Xianxia in front of Xiaoyan, they first sighed with their mouths. Soon after, they frowned. Their gazes swept towards Xiaoyan behind from time to time. Their eyes ultimately contained a cautious expression. "Eldest miss, why are you together with him?" A moment later, Tianning, who had recovered to his normal state, finally could not resist turning his eyes to Wuxia Xianxia in front of him and softly asked. His mouth revealed a pale white expression. Wuxia Xianxia glanced at Xiao Yan, who was standing behind her, after hearing the words from Tianying's mouth. Her mouth parted into a smile as she said, "Why, do you have a grudge with him?" Tianying was immediately stunned when he heard this. He immediately laughed and said, "Ugh, this can't be considered a grudge." However, he destroyed the eastern wall and nearly caused the cold current to sweep across the entire Shilin mountain range. This matter is closely related to him, eldest miss. Oh. The expression on Wuxia Xianxia's small face involuntarily became a little stunned when she heard this. She immediately turned her head to look at Xiao Yan. The eastern wall had been destroyed. Even she did not dare to casually ignore this matter. However, what Wuxia Xianxia did not expect was that with Xiao Yan's strength, he was actually able to destroy the wall that was created by the combined strength of 3 9-star half-emperors. However, the young lady thought about it again. Earlier, she had personally witnessed Xiao Yan suppressing 3 9-star half-emperors with the strength of a 5-star half-emperor. Naturally, he possessed the ability to destroy the wall. Therefore, Wuxia Xianxia's heart felt relieved. Xiao Yan also frowned when he heard the words from Tianying's mouth. He was extremely helpless in his heart with regards to that deep gorge. He could only blame the cold current for being too frightening. Back then, Xiao Yan had only shattered the glacier in a fit of anger. Who could have imagined that things would end up in such a manner? Xiao Yan could only helplessly spread out his hands when he saw Wuxia Xianxia's gaze shooting over. The latter involuntarily rolled her eyes at Xiao Yan upon seeing this. Only then did she turn her gaze back and once again looked at Tianying's group. She pursed her lips and laughed. Indeed, him destroying the eastern wall is indeed a major matter. You all also have a reason to attack him. However, what about this eldest miss? Xiao Yan had saved this eldest miss's life several times. Although the eastern wall is extremely important, could it be more important than this eldest miss's life? Chapter 465. Once Wuxia Xianxia's words were spoken, the expressions of the heavenly eagle trio in front of her instantly changed. Their eyes revealed a shocked expression. If something happened to this great ant in front of them in their territory, they would not be able to keep their heads. Seeing this, Wuxia Xianxia coldly snorted. The expression on her pretty face immediately became displeased. She glanced at the 3 people in front of her and spoke with a tone filled with complaints. "A month ago, I was chased by a group of people and nearly lost my life in their hands. It was Xiao Yan who saved me. At that time, there was a 9-star half-emperor in that group. In order to save me, Xiao Yan used all his strength to kill them all." When she finished speaking, Wuxia Xianxia took advantage of the shock on the faces of the 3 people in front of her to playfully glance at Xiao Yan. In response, Xiao Yan could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of the heavenly eagle trio abruptly changed. The 3 of them looked at each other. In their hearts, they believed 70 to 80% of Wuxia Xianxia's words. After all, if it was someone else, they might not believe it. However, Xiao Yan had just suppressed the 3 of them by himself. Just based on this point alone, they had no choice but to believe Wuxia Xianxia's words. However, just as the heavenly eagle trio thought that the young lady had stopped speaking, the latter opened her mouth once again. The hearts of the 3 people in front of her immediately tightened when she spoke. "It's not over yet. I originally thought that it would be fine if it was those humans. However, I never expected that even the magical beasts of the Shilin mountain range would dare to touch me. If it was not for Xiao Yan, I'm afraid that you would not have been able to see me." Wuxia Xianxia angrily rebuked. Immediately, her gaze stared at the 3 people in front of her and coldly said, "They are all your subordinates. I must settle this debt with all of you." Ugh, the 3 of them cried incessantly in their hearts when they heard this. Since the matter had already developed to such a state, regardless of whether it was true or false, it was likely that they could no longer touch Xiao Yan. The reason why Wuxia Xianxia would say all this was likely because of Xiao Yan. The three of them looked at each other as their hearts were filled with bitter smiles. From the looks of it, not only were they unable to touch Xiao Yan, they even had to be deeply grateful to him. After all, it was just as Wuxia Xianxia had said herself. Regardless of how important the Eastern Wall was, it was still insignificant when compared to her life. Immediately, the three of them looked at each other and immediately understood each other, and their hearts, of them simultaneously turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan. There were many misunderstandings before. I hope that Sir Xiao Yan can disregard the former enmity. The three of us will first apologize to Sir Xiao Yan. As their voices fell, the three of them simultaneously bowed and cupped their hands towards Xiao Yan. Seeing this, the latter also hurriedly cupped his hands. At the same time, Xiao Yan also turned his gaze towards Wuxia Xianxia. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The young girl also charmingly smiled. Soon after, she withdrew her gaze. Her expression once again returned to its previous cold and indifferent appearance. Looking at the three people in front of her, she curled her lips and said, "Ugh. How should I settle this debt with all of you?" Hearing the young girl's tone that was filled with ridicule, the three of them could not help but have a bad premonition in their hearts. How about this? Xiao Yan has saved my life and is this young Miss Savior. As long as the three of you are able to satisfy one of his requests, this young miss will consider this matter over. How about it, do you agree? The young girl's tone towards the end of her words gave one the feeling that she could not be refuted. In this regard, the three of them were even more speechless. They looked at each other. The three of them had an expression that wanted to cry but had no tears. Only then did they hurriedly and respectfully say to Wuxia Xianxia, "This matter will be arranged by young miss." Seeing this, Wuxia Xianxia finally turned her head and looked towards Xiao Yan. Her gaze seemed to be asking Xiao Yan if he was satisfied. The latter involuntarily laughed when he saw this. The young girl also smiled. She turned her head and ordered the three of them, "Let's go to your old nest first. The injuries within this young miss body have yet to recover." The young girl seemed to have suddenly recalled something after her voice sounded. At the same time, she flew towards the west. Her pretty face also appeared crimson. After which, Xiao Yan once again cupped his hands together towards Tianying and the other two. He looked at Wuxia Xianxia's graceful back, shook his head and smiled. After which, he followed. Tianying only frowned and sighed after he had pulled some distance away from the two of them. His pale face appeared somewhat ugly at this moment. Humph. This fellow destroyed the Eastern Wall and nearly caused a great disaster. Now, he actually found young miss to act as a protective talisman. However, there will come a day when this king will make you pay the price. Tianying bitterly clenched his teeth and spoke with a pause between each word. However, Xionggang once again frowned in response to these words. His rough fingers rubbed his chin as he raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yan's back. It was a long while later before he said in a deep voice, "Boss, from what I see, perhaps we were indeed wrong about Xiao Yan destroying the Eastern Wall. Him destroying the Eastern Wall might not be a bad thing." "Oh." Tianying and the Flame Lion by the side immediately frowned after these words were spoken. Their faces were gloomy as they looked at Xionggang. The two of them immediately felt uncomfortable in their hearts when they heard Xiongang's words. However, Xionggang inhaled a deep breath of air in response to this. He mused for a moment before he raised his eyes and opened his mouth to speak to the two beside him. "All of you should know that the Eastern Wall needs to be repaired once every 100 years. However, the both of you should also have a deep understanding during the repair process. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the cold qi has become increasingly severe. At this moment, even if the three of us were to join forces, it would be difficult to completely suppress it." Tianying and the Flame Lion exchanged glances when they heard Xiongang's words. Their faces involuntarily revealed a doubtful expression. They were well aware of this information. However, Xionggang had once again brought it up. It should not be without reason. Soon after, Xionggang continued, "This time around, if we were to really wait for the eastern wall to be broken by the cold qi in one go, it is likely that the three of us would no longer be able to suppress it. However, after the collapse of the eastern wall this time around, I have discovered that it was precisely because of Xiao Yan that he had unintentionally dug out the crack under the eastern wall. The cold qi had also spread quite a bit. This will also prevent us from creating more trouble in the future. Therefore, I believe that on the whole, Xiao Yan destroying the eastern wall this time around did not harm us. Instead, it has indeed created an opportunity for us to take the initiative. Perhaps this way, we will be able to delay the time when the cold qi completely erupts for a period of time. Tian Ying and the Flame Lion immediately looked at each other when Xiong Gang's words were spoken. The two of them frowned and pondered for a moment. Only then did they understand the clues within. According to what Xiong Gang had said at this moment, in addition to the words that Murong Qianxian had said earlier, not only could they not blame Xiao Yan, they should instead thank him. The three of them raised their heads and looked at Xiao Yan's blurry back at the edge of their sight. The expressions on their faces gradually became more complicated. Chapter 466. Moreover, according to what I know, in addition to Shangren Tianjue's Genesis Qi inheritance, there is also Shangren Tianjue's spirit source power in the three great halls. Xiao Yan's expression changed the moment Tian Ying's words sounded. At this moment, Tian Ying lifted his eyes. A pair of azure eyes stared at Xiao Yan. His face was filled with a smile. You mean, spirit source power? Although very surprised by this news, Xiao Yan could not help but ask. Relatively speaking, there would more or less be a strength inheritance in the cave dwelling of some experts. However, spirit source power that Tian Ying mentioned was extremely rare. After all, the soul was the foundation of a living being. It was already considered a great favor for an ordinary expert to leave behind the inheritance of their strength at the end of their life. However, it was almost impossible for them to leave behind the power of their soul. When a person died, their soul would be extinguished. However, when a mortal died, their soul would follow them. This could be considered as the last thing that the deceased had left behind. However, he had actually left his soul origin energy in this world. This was clearly a deliberate act of giving away everything he had. Generally speaking, people who could do such a thing were generally seniors in some forces. Before they died, they would leave everything to their juniors so that they could improve the overall strength of their juniors. It could also be considered as a contribution to the future of the whole force. However, in the entire continent, the number of times that Tianju did such a thing was very few. That's right, it is spirit source power. Hee, I know that Mr. Xiao Yan is an alchemist, and your grade is definitely not low. Ordinary things naturally won't catch your eye, but if it's related to spirit source power, Mr. Xiao Yan will definitely not let it go so easily. Xiao Yan stared at the space in front of him. His fingertips under his sleeves gently rubbed the storage ring on his finger. A moment later, a glint flashed in his eyes and he nodded slightly at Tian Ying. He was indeed quite concerned about spirit source power. However, the main point was not for himself, but for Xiao Xian, who was still in the jade bottle and was only left with a remnant spirit. Tian Ying could not help but raise his brows when he saw Xiao Yan's appearance. Soon after, he smiled again and did not think too much about it. Besides this, there is also the most precious thing in Tianju's tomb. The value of this thing can be said to be completely above Shangren Tianjue's inheritance. As his voice sounded, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open. His dark black eyes revealed a deep shock. The expression on his entire face appeared extremely interesting at this moment. Xiao Yan originally thought that Tian Ying would only give him this information after he had heard about what had happened. He never imagined that Tian Ying would throw another heavy bomb at this moment. An item that was worth more than the lifetime legacy of a returnance expert could truly be regarded as a shocking treasure. Tian Ying could not help but smile when he saw the shock on Xiao Yan's face again. In reality, his expression was even more exaggerated than Xiao Yan's when he first received the news. I wonder what kind of accessory it is. It's actually worth more than Shangren Tianjue's inheritance. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan finally withdrew the emotions within his heart. He cupped his hands to Tianning and asked in a serious voice. Tianning casually waved his hand when he saw that. He frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, I don't really know what it is. I don't remember exactly what that thing is, but I am certain that it is a cultivation method. That cultivation method is the source of Lord Tianju's strength. Ugh, Xiao Yan could not help but pout inside when he heard that. If it was some other treasure, he really might be tempted. However, no matter how heaven-defying it was, Xiao Yan would not be tempted by it if it was only a cultivation method. After all, having practiced the flame mantra, Xiao Yan was unable to raise the slightest interest in other qi methods. Tianning naturally did not discover the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. Hence, he merely paused for a moment before continuing to speak. Yeah, I remember the name of the cultivation method. It seems to be called the B-the Resurgence technique, and its grade doesn't seem to be low either. It's already at the level of an intent tier cultivation method. This is what I learnt from the jade slip that I received the information from back then. However, I'm not sure how much of it is true, but I do hope it's true, hee. Xiao Yan nodded. He did not seem to care about this. No matter how precious the cultivation method was, it could not be compared to his blaze mantra. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to ignore it, Guyu, who was in his body, suddenly spoke. Brat, you have to ask more clearly whether that cultivation method is the Resurgence technique. Huh? Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed after Guyu's words sounded. He frowned and a surprise involuntarily rose in his heart. He hurriedly asked Guyu in his heart. Old Gu, do you know what the Resurgence technique is? Don't ask too much. When the time comes, you will naturally know. For you, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. But for now, it's best that you ask more about that cultivation method and confirm whether that cultivation method is the Resurgence art or not. Xiao Yan immediately felt a great curiosity towards this so-called Resurgence technique when he heard Gu Yu's somewhat serious tone. This Resurgence technique was likely extraordinary if it was treated so seriously by someone like Gu Yu. At the same time, Tianning also saw the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face. Tianning could not help but feel suspicious when he saw the huge contrast in Xiao Yan's expression. At this moment, Xiao Yan once again asked Tianning. Brother Tianning, can you confirm what the name of that cultivation method is? Ugh, Tianning could not help but be stunned when he heard this. He frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Yan with a strange gaze. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered when he saw this. He paused for a moment before he laughed dryly and said, hee. It is just that I suddenly recalled that my master once had a friend. The cultivation method that he practiced seemed to be called the Resurgence technique. Now that I think about it, I feel curious. Tianying's eyes flickered when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He smiled but did not hide anything. He frowned and thought for a moment before he nodded and said with certainty, that's right. That's right. If the news is true, then this cultivation technique should be the origin returning technique. Tianying's words had just sounded when he seemed to have recalled something. He hurriedly opened his mouth and said to Xiao Yan, that's right. That's right. In addition, the jade slip I obtained at that time also mentioned that this cultivation method can allow people below the half-step emperor realm to cultivate without any bottlenecks. Although I don't know if this can be confirmed, this is the most information I know. As for the other information, I'm afraid you can only wait until the ancient tomb opens before you can understand it yourself. Xiao Yan slowly nodded when he heard Tianying's words. At the same time, he confirmed with Guyu in his heart. A moment later, a soft yes was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan sighed in relief. Although he was still unclear about the so-called Resurgence technique, Xiao Yan would never doubt Guyu's words. Chapter 467. After understanding this point, Tianying's heart involuntarily felt aghast at Murong Qianxian's thoughts. Everyone said that this little witch of his was brainless and only knew how to cause trouble. However, from the looks of it now, this was not the case. Of course, while Tianning thought of this point, he did not expect that even though he had already roughly guessed Wuxia Xianxia's thoughts, there was still another layer that he did not expect. A beauty loves a hero. Xiao Yan's rescue a couple of times as well as his earlier performance had unknowingly caused an unknown complicated emotion to rise in Wuxia Xianxia's heart. Perhaps she herself was unaware of this. Xiao Yan's face was calm during the boring journey. His gaze would occasionally look towards the distant sky as he pondered over something in his heart. As for this young lady, she was completely unaware of just how many times she had looked at Xiao Yan as she turned back time and time again. After recovering, Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of Tian Ying's words. However, he was extremely surprised in his heart. However, Xiao Yan's eyes rotated in the next moment. Before Xiao Yan could open his mouth, Wuxia Xianxia, who was in front, suddenly fell swiftly towards the mountain range below. The expressions on the faces of the few of them involuntarily became slightly startled when they saw this. After which, Xiao Yan immediately recovered. The expression on his face changed as his body moved. He instantly used the absolute sky steps under his feet. Following a wave of sharp rushing wind sound, Xiao Yan's body was like an arrow that pierced through the clouds as he swiftly flashed and arrived in front of the young lady. Only at this moment did Tian Ying's trio in the sky recover. They saw the familiar mountain forest below as well as Xiao Yan, who had already flashed in front of the young lady. The words that were about to reach their mouths were forcefully swallowed back in the next moment. Xiao Yan frowned tightly when he saw the young lady's lovely body falling rapidly. He could not help but feel some doubt in his heart. The young lady in front of him had clearly refined the medicinal pill. Why would she fall from the sky at this moment? Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly in his heart. He immediately stepped forward and caught the young lady, who was falling rapidly, in his embrace. This scene caused the corners of the mouths of the three people in the sky to twitch wildly. Ah! Feeling the warm and tender lovely body in his embrace, Xiao Yan did not have the time to check the injuries within the young lady's body when the young lady in his embrace suddenly let out a cry. Her tender lovely body struggled in Xiao Yan's embrace before she hurriedly escaped. After which, she furiously stared at Xiao Yan with her shapely eyebrows and a bright red color. Rogue! What are you trying to do? Ugh, the young lady's face. From the young lady's body to fall. Why was it that her body to fall from the sky? In the blink of an eye, she had to fall to fall to fall to. Xiao Yan took a look at this cave. It was actually built halfway up a towering mountain. Just in front of this cave, one would be able to see the sun rise and set for an entire day. It was enough to overlook half of the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. With such a grand and imposing cave dwelling, it was not difficult to guess that among the three people, this cave dwelling definitely belonged to Sky Eagle. Welcome Mr. Xiao Yan to my cave. While Xiao Yan was feeling surprised in his heart, Tian Ying's figure had unknowingly appeared on a stone platform not far away from Xiao Yan. At this moment, he was looking at Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia with a smile. However, that smile appeared a little wretched in Xiao Yan's eyes. Behind him, the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang also descended. When Xiao Yan looked at them, he discovered that even the usually stern Xiong Gang had revealed a wretched smile that was exactly the same as the Tianing duo. Cough cough, seeing this, Xiao Yan could only let out 2 awkward coughs. He turned his gaze only to discover that Wuxia Xianxia was still staring at Xiao Yan with a devouring look on her small face. This caused Xiao Yan to feel incomparably embarrassed in his heart. Humph, stinking rogue, the young lady spat softly. Her eyes viciously cut at Xiao Yan. After which, she shifted her gaze away from him. Immediately, she shot towards Tian Ying. Tian Ying, who had a wretched smile on his face a moment ago, instantly changed his expression when he sensed Wuxia Xianxia's dark and stern gaze. He smiled at the young lady in a fawning manner and rubbed his hands together. Only then did he awkwardly say, "Young miss, if you don't open the door, I will get someone to stew you." The young lady's words had just sounded when not only Tian Ying, but even the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang by the side had a change in expression. They exchanged glances with each other and involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In their hearts, they knew that this great ant in front of them was really angry. Tianning hurriedly took a couple of steps forward. He raised both of his hands and formed a couple of complicated seals. Only then did the thick and heavy stone door in front of them slowly open amidst a series of grinding sounds. When the stone door opened, what appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group was a deep tunnel. This tunnel was so large that it could allow dozens of people to walk side by side. Its height was also hundreds of feet high, causing one to feel intimidated at first glance. Huh, Mr. Xiao Yan, please. Our residence is simple and crude. I wonder if my cave dwelling will be able to catch Mr. Xiao Yan's eye when compared to those palaces of yours. Tianning smiled and made an inviting gesture towards Xiao Yan. As for Wuxia Xianxia, she had already taken the lead to enter the cave dwelling when it opened. Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled when he heard Tianying's words. Such a majestic cave dwelling was actually described as simple and crude. How could these buildings, which were majestic in the eyes of humans, endure this? I don't really know much about these things. I have been outside for a long time, eating and sleeping in the open. It is fine as long as I have a place to stay. Why do I need to delve into whether it is grand or not? Xiao Yan smiled. Both of his eyes flickered slightly. Immediately, he stepped into the tunnel. Behind him, Tianning and the Flame Lion exchanged glances and smiled. Soon after, they also quickly stepped into the tunnel. The stone door was shut, but the tunnel was not dark. Instead, the entire tunnel was brightly lit under the gentle glow of numerous night pearls. After Tianning and the other two entered the tunnel, they immediately walked on either side of Xiao Yan. At this moment, Tianning and the other two had already viewed Xiao Yan as an expert of the same level as them. Even though his cultivation appeared to only be that of a 5-star half-martial emperor, the strength that he possessed was sufficient to make a 9-star half-martial emperor lower their head before him. The four of them walked side by side in the tunnel. In this majestic tunnel, a human's body was as tiny as an ant. As they walked forward, Xiao Yan secretly thought of something in his heart. Only after a long while did Xiao Yan raise his gaze. As he walked, he turned his gaze towards Tianning and asked, "Brother Tianning, can I start with you for my first request?" Chapter 468. In the deep tunnel, the footsteps of the four people paused as Xiao Yan's words were emitted. Tianning involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He felt a little surprised in his heart. He originally thought that Xiao Yan would consider these three requests for a long time. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yan had already decided in such a short period of time. Tianning mused for a moment before he frowned slightly. He lifted his eyes to look at Xiao Yan and asked, "Mr. Xiao Yan, are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" Xiao Yan's face revealed a slight smile when he heard this. He nodded slightly before his eyes landed on Tianying's body. His pitch-black pupils were like a deep pool with a glint flickering deep within them. After which, Xiao Yan smiled and asked Tianning instead. Brother Tianning, you have yet to listen to me. Why are you advising me to reconsider first?" This is only my personal guess. Mr. Xiao Yan, please do not doubt me. The expression on Tianying's face immediately hardened when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He swiftly cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan and laughed. From the previous scene, Tianning could already tell that the relationship between Xiao Yan and his little grandaunt was not ordinary. After all, if it was someone else who dared to hug her body, that person would definitely be torn to pieces by her. Why would she turn around and flee with a flushed face? A different thought involuntarily rose in Tianying's heart as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. If his little miss had not only taken a fancy to Xiao Yan's future potential but had also taken a fancy to him as a person, the identity of this black-robed young man in front of him would likely be extraordinary in the future. Hence, if he could build a good relationship with him now, perhaps he would be able to speak with him when they met in the future. Of course, Xiao Yan was naturally unaware of Tianying's thoughts at this moment. When he heard the latter's words, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and waved his hand gently, indicating that he did not mind. Soon after, he opened his mouth and laughed. Actually, I've already explained this matter to the three of you 3 months ago. The moment Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Sky Eagle could not help but frown. He exchanged glances with Yan Shi and immediately understood. Mr. Xiao Yan, you mean, I hope that the three of you can make way for me to pass through the Shilin mountain range. Tian Ying's trio knit their brows tightly in the face of this. Min Xing revealed a troubled expression. The three of them exchanged glances and quietly communicated with each other. After which, they looked at Xiao Yan. When he saw the expression on Tian Ying's face, Xiao Yan could not help but have a bad premonition in his heart. The expression on his face also changed slightly. Mr. Xiao Yan, it is not that the three of us are unwilling to make way for you. However, the Shilin mountain range has its own rules. No one is allowed to step into the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. This rule is something that even the three of us cannot break. Xiao Yan's originally frowning brows became even more twisted after Tian Ying's words sounded. Only then did he recall that Gu had once told him 3 months ago that there was likely a Do D-class expert in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Although Gu did not say it clearly back then, Xiao Yan was certain that there was definitely an expert above the Do D-class in the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Otherwise, the so-called rules of this place would not restrict the three of them. While Xiao Yan was thinking of this in his heart, Tianning once again opened his mouth to Xiao Yan. The words from his mouth caused Xiao Yan to feel helpless. Moreover, Mr. Xiao Yan should have already discovered just how frightening the cold wind is after the collapse of the eastern wall. That thing is something that even the three of us brothers do not dare to guarantee that we will be able to enter the hinterland of the mountain range. Of course, it is not that we do not believe in your strength. However, that cold wind is not something that an ordinary thing can compare with. Mr. Xiao Yan must believe in this point. Xiao Yan did not doubt Tian Ying's words. After all, the frightening cold wind from 3 months ago was just like yesterday when he thought about it now. It was still fresh in his memory. Xiao Yan did not doubt that even if he used all his strength, it was likely that he would not be able to reach the middle of the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, much less pass through it. Xiao Yan involuntarily knitted his brows tightly when he thought of this. He sighed helplessly in his heart. If he was unable to pass through the Shilin mountain range, wouldn't he be unable to reach the western wastelands region? Tianning and Yan Shi exchanged glances when they saw the worried expression on Xiao Yan's face. Their gazes shifted before they once again opened their mouths to speak to Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao Yan, actually, it is not that there is no way to solve this matter. Before the words from Tian Ying's mouth sounded, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly became one of joy. This kind of joy after being disappointed was something that one would find hard to come by. May I know if Brother Tianning has any ideas? If this matter is successful, Xiao Yan will definitely come and thank the three of you when I return in the future. Xiao Yan's face was filled with joy as he spoke in a serious voice with a smile as he ferociously cupped his hands together towards the three people in front of him. There is no need for Mr. Xiao Yan to do this. We are merely following young Mrs. wishes. Of course, I'm afraid that we are unable to contribute much in this matter. Tianning also understood in his heart when he saw Xiao Yan actually reveal such an expression. This matter was likely quite important to Xiao Yan. Otherwise, it would not cause this usually calm black-robed young man in front of him to reveal such an expression. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard Tian Ying's words. The three of them were the only experts in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. If this matter was not related to them, who else could it be? Hiss! In the next instant, Xiao Yan suddenly inhaled a breath of cool air. There was a startled expression on his face. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart. A pair of pitch-black eyes were instantly lifted. Both of his eyes were widened as he stared at Tianning in front of him. His face was filled with surprise. Tianning immediately nodded and smiled when he saw this. In his heart, he knew that Xiao Yan had already guessed the answer. Hence, he did not beat around the bush and directly said, "That's right. This method is my young miss." Even though he already knew the answer in his heart, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth still involuntarily twitched when he heard Tianning personally say it. He originally thought that it would be fine as long as he brought this little girl here and the two of them would no longer have anything to do with each other. However, who would have thought that the most troublesome matter for him would ultimately still have to rely on this little girl? Xiao Yan felt helpless in his heart when he thought of this. His face involuntarily revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He really did not know whether he was lucky or unlucky to have met this little girl. Xiao Yan smiled helplessly. His heart immediately felt relieved. No matter how one put it, this matter could finally come to an end. Xiao Yan smiled in his heart. He lifted his eyes and looked towards the end of the tunnel. His feet moved and he once again walked forward. Behind him, Tianning and the other two exchanged glances with each other. A glint flashed across each of their eyes. Their bodies moved and followed behind. Chapter 469. At the end of the tunnel was a misty world. The entire space was filled with white fog. Following the arrival of Xiao Yan's group, the fog in front of the four of them automatically spread to the sides. A path that was built from stone platforms floating in the air appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group. Mr. Xiao Yan, please. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows as he watched the scene in front of him with a surprised expression. At this moment, a faint laughter was emitted from Sky Eagle's mouth by the side. Xiao Yan smiled courteously upon hearing this. After which, he moved his feet and slowly walked forward. A moment later, as the fog scattered, a huge palace appeared in the depths of this space. The entire palace appeared grand and majestic, causing one to involuntarily exclaim in admiration upon seeing it. After the few of them entered the large hall, they still did not see Murong Qianxian's figure. It was likely that she had gone somewhere else. The few of them helplessly smiled at this. Due to the injuries within the flame lion's body, he had temporarily left this place with Xionggang. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan and Sky Eagle remained in the spacious large hall. May I ask Mr. Xiao Yan, the reason why you want to pass through the Shilin mountain range is to head to the Western Wastelands region? The two of them had just taken their seats when Sky Eagle once again smiled and asked Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled upon hearing this. However, he did not deny it. He nodded his head and replied, "Indeed. The reason why I want to pass through the Shilin mountain range is to head to the Western Wastelands region." Sky Eagle nodded his head and continued speaking. "I heard that the Western Wastelands region is the most chaotic place in the Western region. Of course, it is also a treasure ground." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but feel a little surprised. He only knew that it was a training ground. However, from Sky Eagle's gaze, it seemed that it was not just for this. From these words, it seems that Brother Sky Eagle is quite familiar with the Western Wastelands region. I've been to the Western Desolation region in my early years as well. I must say that it is indeed a cultivation treasure land. Although it is a bit dangerous, it is precisely because of this that it is even more attractive. After all, a true expert is tempered through flesh and blood, and not something that can be achieved through peaceful cultivation. Xiao Yan nodded his head in response to Sky Eagle's words. Ever since he started cultivating, it had always been the same. He had seen too many disciples of aristocratic families. Even if they were successful in their cultivation, it would still be difficult for them to achieve greatness if they did not go through the tempering of battle. After all, no matter how good a piece of jade was, if it was not polished, it would be difficult for it to become a perfect piece of jewelry. It was even more so for people. Mr. Xiao Yan is young and promising. There is naturally no need for me to say more about this. However, there is something that I do not know if Mr. Xiao Yan understands. The reason why I said that the Western Desolation region is a treasure ground is not only because it is a cultivation treasure ground. At this point, Xiao Yan's body involuntarily straightened slightly. Xiao Yan did not know much about the Western Desolation region. If he could learn a little from Sky Eagle's mouth, it would naturally be good. I will not say too much about other matters. After all, the Western Desolation region is a place where good and bad people are mixed together. I am unable to say anything with certainty. Therefore, I am unable to explain too much to Mr. Xiao Yan. However, Mr. Xiao Yan should also know about the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Ugh, upon hearing a topic that was related to him, Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily paused for a moment. However, he felt a little disappointed in his heart. If it was only this kind of matter, it was likely that there was no need for him to understand. After all, ever since the ancient tomb of Heaven's End was discovered, no one knew anything about it. Therefore, even if Sky Eagle told Xiao Yan about it now, it was likely that it would merely be some information that was already known about from the outside world. Ancient tomb of Heaven's End, huh? Who in the Western region does not know about this? Gently shaking his head, the thread of interest that had just been ignited in Xiao Yan's heart was immediately extinguished. Huh, Mr. Xiao Yan does not seem to think that I am able to give you any different information. Huh, at this moment, Sky Eagle, who was seated opposite Xiao Yan, smiled slightly. His face was filled with a smile as he stared at Xiao Yan. There was a different color that continuously flowed within his eyes. Oh. Don't tell me that Brother Sky Eagle knows something else? Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyes when he heard Sky Eagle's laughter. Instantly, he looked at the other party. At the same time, a ripple involuntarily appeared in his emotionless eyes. If that was really the case, Xiao Yan would definitely not let go of even the smallest matter. Huh, I have indeed obtained some information regarding the ancient tomb of Heaven's End by chance. Of course, I am unable to confirm whether it is true or false. However, I believe that anyone who knows about this matter would rather believe it than not, so I have remembered it. Sky Eagle lowered his head slightly as he frowned slightly and pondered. Xiao Yan nodded slightly when he heard this. His ears carefully listened to every single word that Sky Eagle said, not daring to overlook anything at all. After all, this was related to the dwelling of a Resurgence expert. How could Xiao Yan be careless and not listen to it? According to my understanding at that time, after Jianghu created the cave mansion, before he died, he turned his life's cultivation into inheritance and sealed it. Then, he divided it into 3 parts and placed them in the 3 halls of Jianghu's ancient tomb. Xiao Yan's eyes immediately shone brightly when he heard this. He immediately became spirited. Xiao Yan had no doubt that he would be able to break through to the level of a Do Di in an extremely short amount of time if he could obtain the legacy of a Resurgence expert. This temptation was just too great. Sky Eagle smiled when he saw the joy on Xiao Yan's face. He gently shook his head and continued, there are 3 halls within the ancient tomb of Heaven's End. Outside the 3 halls, there is a layer of seal. Moreover, this seal is very special. It must be opened by Jianghu's 3 famous skills. Once someone tries to use external force to break the seal, the result will be that the inheritance and other treasures inside will be destroyed along with it. Xiao Yan did not smile at all when he heard this. Instead, he could not help but frown. If that really was the case, he would definitely become the target of everyone. After all, 2 of the 3 great skills that made Jianghu Shangren famous were in the hands of those 2 sections. Those ordinary experts would naturally not dare to easily become enemies with them. Once this was the case, Xiao Yan would need to be present if he wanted to undo the seal. At that time, even without the 4 great sects, Xiao Yan would still have a countless number of enemies standing in front of him. Xiao Yan helplessly sighed when he thought of this. He was just about to shake his head when Tianying once again opened his mouth. This time around, the expression on Xiao Yan's face once again changed after Tianying's words sounded. Chapter 470. Moreover, according to what I know, in addition to Shangren Tianjue's Genesis Qi inheritance, there is also Shangren Tianjue's spirit source power in the 3 great halls. Xiao Yan's expression changed the moment Tianying's words sounded. At this moment, Tianying lifted his eyes. A pair of azure eyes stared at Xiao Yan. His face was filled with a smile. You mean, spirit source power? Although very surprised by this news, Xiao Yan could not help but ask. Relatively speaking, there would more or less be some strength inheritance within the cave dwelling of some experts. However, the spiritual source energy that Sky Eagle had mentioned was extremely rare. After all, the soul was the foundation of a living being. It was already considered a great favor for an ordinary expert to leave behind the inheritance of their strength at the end of their life. However, it was almost impossible for them to leave behind the power of their soul. When a person died, their soul would be extinguished. However, when a mortal died, their soul would follow them. This could be considered as the last thing that the deceased had left behind. Yet, he had actually left his soul origin energy in this world. This was clearly a deliberate act of giving away everything he had. Generally speaking, people who could do such a thing were generally seniors in some forces. Before they died, they would leave everything to their juniors so that they could improve the overall strength of their juniors. It could also be considered as a contribution to the future of the whole force. However, in the entire continent, the number of times that Tianju did such a thing was very few. That's right, it is spirit source power. Hee, I know that Mr. Xiao Yan is an alchemist, and your grade is definitely not low. Ordinary things naturally won't catch your eye, but if it's related to spirit source power, Mr. Xiao Yan will definitely not let it go so easily. Xiao Yan stared at the space in front of him. His fingertips under his sleeves gently rubbed the storage ring on his finger. A moment later, a glint flashed in his eyes and he nodded slightly at Tianning. He was indeed quite concerned about spirit source power. However, the main point was not for himself, but for Xiao Xian, who was still in the jade bottle and was only left with a remnant spirit. Tianning could not help raising his brows when he saw Xiao Yan's appearance. Soon after, he smiled again and did not think too much about it. Besides this, there is also the most precious thing in the tomb. The value of this thing can be said to be completely above Shangren Tianjue's inheritance. As his voice sounded, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were wide open. His dark black eyes revealed a deep shock. The expression on his entire face appeared extremely interesting at this moment. Originally, Xiao Yan thought that this was all the information that Tianning had given him after hearing about what had happened earlier. It was unexpected that Tianning had actually thrown another heavy bomb at this moment. An item that was worth more than the lifetime legacy of a returnance expert could truly be regarded as a shocking treasure. Tianning could not help but smile when he saw the shock on Xiao Yan's face again. In reality, his expression was even more exaggerated than Xiao Yan's when he first received the news. I wonder what kind of accessory it is. How can it be worth more than Shangren Tianjue's inheritance? It was a long while later before Xiao Yan finally withdrew the emotions within his heart. He cupped his hands to Tianning and asked in a serious voice. Tianning casually waved his hand when he saw that. He frowned slightly and thought for a moment before saying, I don't know what it is. I don't remember exactly what that thing is, but I am certain that it is a cultivation method. That cultivation method is the source of Lord Tianju's strength. Ugh, Xiao Yan could not help but pout inside when he heard that. If it was some other treasure, he really might be tempted. However, no matter how heaven-defying it was, Xiao Yan would not be tempted by it if it was only a cultivation method. After all, having practiced the flame mantra, Xiao Yan was unable to raise the slightest interest in other qi methods. Tianning naturally did not discover the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. Hence, he merely paused for a moment before continuing to speak. Yeah, I remember the name of the cultivation method. It seems to be called the B- the returnance technique, and its grade seems to be quite high as well. It has reached the level of an intent tier cultivation method. This is what I learned from the jade slip that I obtained the information from back then. However, I'm not sure how much of the information is true, but I do hope it's true. Hee. Xiao Yan nodded. He did not seem to care about this. No matter how precious the cultivation method was, it could not be compared to his blaze mantra. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to ignore it, Guyu, who was in his body, suddenly spoke. Brat, you have to ask more clearly whether that cultivation method is the returnance technique. Huh? Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed after Gu Yu's words sounded. He frowned and a surprise involuntarily rose in his heart. He hurriedly asked Gu Yu, "Old Gu, do you know what the Resurgence technique is?" "Don't ask too much. When the time comes, you will naturally know. For you, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. But for now, it's best if you ask more about that cultivation method and confirm whether that cultivation method is the Resurgence art or not." Xiao Yan immediately felt a great curiosity towards this so-called Resurgence technique when he heard Gu Yu's solemn tone. This Resurgence technique was likely extraordinary if it was treated so seriously by someone like Gu Yu. At the same time, Tianning also saw the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face. Tianning could not help but feel suspicious when he saw the huge contrast in Xiao Yan's expression. At this moment, Xiao Yan once again asked Tianning, "Brother Tianning, can you confirm what the name of that cultivation method is?" Ugh, Tianning was stunned when he heard this. He frowned slightly and looked at Xiao Yan with a strange expression. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered when he saw this. He paused for a moment before he laughed dryly and said, "Hee hee. It is just that I suddenly recalled that my master once had a friend. The cultivation method that he practiced seemed to be called the Resurgence technique. Now that I think about it, I feel curious." Tianying's eyes flickered when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He smiled and did not hide anything. He frowned and thought for a moment before he nodded and said with certainty, "That's right. That's right. If the news is true, then this cultivation technique should be the origin returning technique." Tianying's words had just sounded when he seemed to have recalled something. He hurriedly opened his mouth and said to Xiao Yan, "That's right. That's right." In addition, the jade slip I obtained at that time also mentioned that this cultivation method can allow people below the half-step emperor realm to cultivate without any bottlenecks. Although I don't know if this can be confirmed, this is the most information I know. As for the other information, I'm afraid you can only wait until the ancient tomb opens before you can understand it yourself. Xiao Yan slowly nodded when he heard Tianying's words. At the same time, he confirmed with Gu Yu in his heart. A moment later, a soft yes was emitted from Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was still unclear about the so-called Resurgence technique, Xiao Yan never doubted Gu Yu's words. Chapter 471. During the next few days, Xiao Yan continued to stay within Tianying's cave dwelling. Wuxia Xianxia and the Tianying trio had also temporarily undertaken a retreat due to their injuries. Only Xiao Yan remained within this extravagant cave dwelling. There was a stone platform suspended within the misty fog. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on it. Both of his hands formed a training seal. The flame art chi method within his body was swiftly circulating. Wave after wave of powerful natural energy swiftly gathered towards Xiao Yan. This stone platform was originally the stone platform that Tianning usually used for training. Since it had been chosen by him, the natural energy gathered around this stone platform was naturally extremely dense. Following Tianying's retreat, this place was taken advantage of by Xiao Yan. After a period of training, Xiao Yan once again opened his eyes. His aura had also reached its peak condition. Xiao Yan's seated body moved slightly. He could even sense a faint energy ripple spreading from the empty space around him. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He stretched his body a little. Immediately, he began to measure his battle with the Tianning trio. The Sky Absolute Step had reached the advanced wind movement stage. It must be said that this was a great help to the current Xiao Yan. With the Sky Absolute Step, there was definitely no one below the Do D class who could compare with Xiao Yan's speed. Additionally, Xiao Yan's frightening fighting strength had surpassed his own. Just like how the big battle with the Tianning trio had reflected, Xiao Yan no longer feared anyone below the Do D class. This time around, he could completely rely on his own strength. There was even no need for the Northern King to intervene. It must be said that the current Xiao Yan was already not inferior to a 9-star band D just by relying on his own fighting strength. Of course, even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's heart still contained an incomparable pressure. After all, what he was about to face was not as simple as a mere Band D. Within the 4 great sects, there were many 9-star Band D and there was no lack of genuine elite Do D. If he was unable to raise his strength as soon as possible, relying on his fighting strength alone would not be a long-term solution. Hence, only true strength would be able to help Xiao Yan avoid a calamity. If he wanted to obtain strength as quickly as possible, there was only one path he could take. The Ice Spirit Pill. Although Xiao Yan did not wish to lose Guyu, who had accompanied him for many years like a teacher and friend, it was just as Guyu had said. This was his responsibility. Even Xiao Yan could not shirk it. Ugh, Xiao Yan sighed softly with a complicated emotion. Only then did he stand up. He thought for a moment in his heart before his body moved and flew out of the Sky Eagle's mansion. A short moment later, Xiao Yan's body had already appeared in front of a volcano. The height of this volcano was not any lower than Tianying's mountain. The area within a few hundred kilometers of this volcano was bright red in color. Magma flowed out from the cracks around the volcano, turning into a magma river that slowly flowed into the distance. Occasionally, there would be a cluster of huge bubbles surging out from the magma. After which, they would explode and release a hot gas, causing the temperature of this place to become increasingly frightening. Standing above the mouth of the volcano, Xiao Yan was still able to sense the frightening temperature and wild and violent energy contained within the magma despite being 1,000 feet away. Of course, this was naturally not worth mentioning to Xiao Yan. He, who possessed a heavenly flame, was completely indifferent to this little bit of magma placed in front of him. Even the bottom of the magma, which appeared impossible for others to enter, was like an uninhabited place to Xiao Yan. That's right. The objective of Xiao Yan's trip this time around was to reach the bottom of this volcano. More accurately speaking, it should be the flame lion at the bottom of this volcano. The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly revealed a smile as he looked at the volcano below. After which, his body moved and he had already appeared above the hot magma in a lightning-like manner. Xiao Yan once again smiled as he looked at the hot magma under his feet. He waved his large hand and the heavenly flame in his palm emitted a puff sound as it rose. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame also began to churn. At the same time, the hot magma under Xiao Yan's feet swiftly parted, opening a straight path for Xiao Yan to head downwards. Xiao Yan ceased hesitating. His body moved and the sky extinction step was instantly used. His body swiftly rushed down towards the bottom of the magma. A long while later, Xiao Yan directly flew a distance of nearly 10,000 feet towards the bottom of the magma. Only then did a glaring Do-Chi light barrier appear in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. I've arrived. With a smile in his heart, Xiao Yan's descending speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared outside of the light barrier. At this moment, the flame lion, who was training cross-legged at a certain spot within the light barrier, also sensed Xiao Yan's aura. Immediately, he involuntarily frowned slightly and withdrew from his training state. Only then did a thought pass through his mind. At the same time, the Do-Chi light barrier in front of Xiao Yan automatically parted to form a path that only one person could pass through. Xiao Yan took a step forward and entered it. Haha, it is unexpected that brother Xiao Yan would actually come to this boring and vexed place of mine. May I know what advice you have for me? The flame lion's deep and bold laughter was immediately transmitted over like thunder the moment they met. The flame lion was a straightforward person. After a couple of clashes, he had not only treated Xiao Yan as an expert of the same level but also as a friend. Hence, he was naturally not as restrained as he was at the beginning when he spoke to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not dislike the flame lion's tone. Instead, he felt that this would allow him to get along better with the latter. After laughing a few times in response to the latter, Xiao Yan finally inhaled a deep breath of air. He lifted his gaze to look at the flame lion in front of him and said with a smile, "Ah, that's right. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a reason. The reason why I have come this time is indeed because I need old brother Flame Lion's help." Hearing Xiao Yan call him old brother, the flame lion immediately felt a wave of comfort in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "Since there is something, brother Xiao Yan can just say it." Moreover, young miss has also said that as long as you can bring it up and we can do it, we will definitely help. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh once again. However, the expression on his face quickly recovered. After musing for a moment, Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and said, "From what I can see, old brother Flame Lion's flame energy is blessed by nature. I think that this volcano should have quite a long history." Xiao Yan's words paused for a moment. The Flame Lion nodded his head and indicated for Xiao Yan to continue. "Therefore, I want to ask if old brother Flame Lion has the few things that I need." Hearing this, the Flame Lion's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. Immediately, he smiled in relief. His hands were placed on his waist as he laughed loudly at Xiao Yan. I have almost forgotten. Brother Xiao Yan is an alchemist. Since that is the case, brother Xiao Yan can just say whatever you want. I don't have anything else here, but as long as it is of the fire attribute, whether it is medicinal ingredients that are over 1,000 years old or flame crystals that are a few hundred years old, I can easily find a few of them for you. He, it is not that I am boasting to you. As long as you can name it, I guarantee that I can basically take it out for you. In terms of medicinal ingredient storage, even if Tianing and Xionggang were to add up, they would not necessarily have as much as me. Haha. After boasting, the Flame Lion's face actually revealed a proud expression. Seeing this, Xiao Yan immediately sighed in relief. Although he had come with a goal this time around, he did not dare to guarantee that the few things that he was looking for would really be found here by the Flame Lion. However, hearing the latter's words at this moment, a little excitement surged in Xiao Yan's heart. After organizing his words in his heart, Xiao Yan looked at the Flame Lion in front of him with a surprised expression. He cupped his hands together and opened his mouth to speak with a smile. "In that case, I will first thank old brother Flame Lion here." After expressing his thanks, Xiao Yan no longer hesitated. He told the Flame Lion about the medicinal ingredients that he needed, as well as the few special flame crystals that he needed to refine the incarnation. Lava fruit, blazing flame essence vine. However, as Xiao Yan continued to speak one after another, the expression on the Flame Lion's face changed from the relaxed and pleased expression in the beginning to a dull and stupefied expression in the end. Chapter 472. At the bottom of a volcano in the depths of the Shilin mountain range, the Flame Lion's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly at Xiao Yan in front of him. The expression on his face looked rather interesting at this moment. Xiao Yan, who was in front of him, continuously spat out the names of various medicinal ingredients. There were nearly 100 of them. Even though the Flame Lion had an indifferent attitude towards most of the medicinal ingredients, as Xiao Yan continued speaking, the Flame Lion's expression involuntarily began to change. The medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan spat out had a value and medicinal properties. At first, they were the lowest grade medicinal ingredients that were 100 years old. At this moment, they had even extended to 1,000 years old or even several thousand years old. A medicinal ingredient of this age was something that even the Flame Lion treated as his life. Yet, Xiao Yan in front of him had forcefully taken away half of all the precious medicinal ingredients that he had gathered over the years the moment he opened his mouth. It was likely that no one would be able to accept such a thing regardless of who it was that was to be the one to do it. It was only because the person standing in front of the Flame Lion at this moment was Xiao Yan. If it was anyone else, the Flame Lion would have long since gone berserk. When Xiao Yan spat out the last word from his mouth, the Flame Lion's face no longer had any expression. He only nodded stiffly at Xiao Yan. A trace of despair was revealed in his reddish-brown eyes. Helplessly, how could he be happy when he saw his family's property being taken away by someone else? When he saw the expression on the Flame Lion's face, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but be slightly startled. However, he immediately laughed softly and said to the Flame Lion, "Don't worry. Brother Flame Lion, don't worry. I won't take your things for free. You've only promised me one thing, so I'll only take one thing from you. How about this? I'll use Emperor-grade pills to exchange for the other things. What do you think?" When he heard Xiao Yan's words, the Flame Lion's expression was immediately startled. Immediately, his entire mood immediately turned for the better. A joyous smile also swiftly surged onto his rough face. Although those medicinal ingredients were extremely precious and were regarded as treasures by him, what made the flame lion feel helpless at the same time was that the wild and violent energy contained within those medicinal ingredients prevented him from refining them for his own use. Hence, although these medicinal ingredients were precious, they were ultimately like poisonous mushrooms in the flame lion's hands. He could only look at them, but could not eat them. Hence, when he heard that Xiao Yan was willing to use medicinal pills to exchange, the flame lion was naturally very happy. After laughing, the flame lion's expression changed. He immediately waved his sleeves and led the way for Xiao Yan. At the same time, he also laughed as he said, "Brother Xiao Yan, please follow me." After his voice sounded, the flame lion took the lead and led the way for Xiao Yan. Behind him, Xiao Yan also smiled and nodded. He took a step forward and followed closely behind. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan had the opportunity to admire the unique space at the bottom of the magma. Unlike what he had imagined, the space in front of him did not become desolate because of the magma outside of the Doqi light barrier. On the contrary, this place appeared to be filled with life. There was a small forest in Xiao Yan's sight. That's right, it was a forest. Every tree in the forest appeared to be at least a few hundred years old. Their crimson-red branches and crimson-red leaves caused these trees to appear like a large fire that burned all year round. It was quite imposing. Moreover, this was merely a small forest. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of awe-inspiring scene it would be if such a large forest was occupied by it. Xiao Yan's eyes strangely paused on the forest below for a moment. After which, he followed the flame lion and passed through the sky above the forest. After flying for a moment, they immediately appeared outside of a mountain cave. Haha, this place of mine cannot be compared to the residence of that fellow Tianing. Brother Xiao Yan, please don't dislike it. Haha. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. He shook his head in an unconcerned manner. After which, he quickly entered the mountain cave. The interior of the mountain cave was a flight of stairs that led deep into the ground. Although it was deep underground, the rock walls that emitted a crimson fluorescent light caused the cave to appear not so dark. Although the mountain cave was simple and crude, when Xiao Yan first stepped into it, he was greeted by an extremely hot gust of wind. The sudden gust of wind caused Xiao Yan's expression to change slightly. Even his breathing became a little sluggish. However, Xiao Yan quickly recovered. Feeling the gust of wind that came towards him, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. This gust of wind was so frightening that it could easily incinerate some ordinary things. The fire affinity energy that it contained caused even Xiao Yan to involuntarily exclaim in amazement. Haha, although the design of old Brother Flame Lion's cave is not as good as Brother Tian Ying's, if one were to train here, it is likely that the results one would obtain would be even better than at Tian Ying's place. Heh, this is only relative to fire affinity cultivators like us. However, I really feel lucky. Although I cannot swallow and refine those medicinal ingredients, the energy that those things attract is of great help to me. Therefore, I did not place those medicinal ingredients into my storage ring. Instead, I transplanted those medicinal ingredients into this mountain cave. The flame lion could not help but smile when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Immediately, he lifted his foot and walked into the interior of the mountain cave. A short moment later, Xiao Yan and the flame lion had already reached the deepest part of the mountain cave. After passing through a few stone doors, the flame lion's hands formed a seal and opened the last stone door. The expression on Xiao Yan's face finally gradually stiffened. Standing in front of the stone door, what pounced on his face was not only an even more intense gust of wind, but also an extremely rich medicinal fragrance. The medicinal fragrance was so rich that it caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily sneeze on the spot. This scene caused the flame lion to involuntarily laugh out loud. The flame lion, who was already used to the environment here, did not care about this little thing. Xiao Yan glanced over. All he could see was a dazzling array of medicinal ingredients, as well as piles of rare ingredients and flame crystals that caused him to involuntarily be moved. At this moment, all of the medicinal ingredients in front of Xiao Yan were fire affinity medicinal ingredients. Most of the medicinal ingredients were so rare that they could be considered priceless in the outside world. Other than a few unimportant ones, the rest of the medicinal ingredients that Xiao Yan needed were basically all gathered here. Blazing flame flower, dragon fire fruit, and fire qilin stem. Xiao Yan's eyes were dull as he stared at the medicinal ingredients in front of him. Each time he read out a name, his heart would involuntarily be violently shaken. Moreover, the thing that caused him to be most shocked was that even though this was the case, there were still a few medicinal ingredients that even he could not identify among these medicinal ingredients. Moreover, from the rich medicinal fragrance that they contained, these few medicinal ingredients were definitely the most precious ones among the medicinal ingredients in this area. Haha. Brother Xiao Yan, there is no need to stand on ceremony. In any case, I am keeping these medicinal ingredients and they do not have much use. As long as Brother Xiao Yan does not mind, feel free to take as many as you want. The flame lion immediately laughed out loud when he saw the shocked expression on Xiao Yan's face. His face was filled with pride as he looked at Xiao Yan. His large hand pointed at the medicinal ingredients in the stone cave in front of him as he laughed out loud. Xiao Yan's heart became increasingly excited when he heard the flame lion's words. However, he ultimately suppressed the excitement in his heart and cupped his hands together towards the flame lion in front of him. Old brother flame lion, the words had just left Xiao Yan's mouth when the flame lion once again laughed out loud. He forcefully patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and laughed out loud. Heh heh, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Feel free to take as many as you want. However, you must remember that when you refine an emperor tier medicinal pill, don't forget about me. Haha. Xiao Yan nodded heavily when he heard this. Immediately, he cupped his hands together towards the flame lion and said, Old brother flame lion, don't worry. I, Xiao Yan, guarantee you that before I leave the western region in the future, I will definitely refine an emperor tribulation pill and gift it to old brother flame lion. The expression on the flame lion's face suddenly paused when he heard these words. Soon after, a wild joy swiftly surged into his brownish-red eyes. He had said so much and was willing to gift all of his belongings to Xiao Yan. One of the reasons was naturally to get closer to Xiao Yan. However, the other reason was the Emperor Tribulation Pill. The Flame Lion's strength had already reached the 9th star band D level for hundreds of years. The reason why his strength had not broken through was because he was worried about this so-called Emperor Tribulation. The terror of an Emperor Tribulation was far from as easy as they had imagined. Back then, the three of them had personally witnessed an expert of the same level die miserably under the Emperor Tribulation in order to break through to the Do D class. In the end, not even a trace of aura was left behind. It could be said that he had died completely. With the former as an example, Tianying and the other two naturally did not dare to easily attempt to break through. Hence, the Emperor Tribulation Pill had become something that they yearned for in their hearts. The Emperor Tribulation Pill was a miraculous medicinal pill that was said to be able to increase the chances of breaking through to the Do D class. Its effect was sought after by all the living things in the entire continent. Tianying and the other two were naturally no exception. However, as magical beasts, alchemy wasn't their forte. In addition, they didn't have a good relationship with humans. They were even at war with the four major sects of the human race. Therefore, they could only think about the Emperor Tribulation Pill, but they couldn't find it. At this moment, after spending so much effort, Xiao Yan had finally opened his mouth and said the thing that they wanted the most. In this way, their efforts would not be in vain. Ha 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 ha. Good. In that case, I shall first thank Brother Xiao Yan here. As for these medicinal ingredients, I will gift them all to Brother Xiao Yan. Ha 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 ha. After a loud laugh, the flame lion finally stood by the side with a joyous expression. Xiao Yan's gaze once again landed on the medicinal ingredients. His eyes revealed a rich joy. Chapter 473. Within the stone cave, Xiao Yan carefully placed the last blood flame flower into an exquisitely crafted jade box. Only then did he store it into his storage ring. After which, he stored the flame crystals into his storage ring. He lifted his eyes to look at the empty stone cave in front of him. Only then did Xiaoyan turn around and look at the flame lion. He cupped his hands together towards the flame lion. The latter smiled faintly. Immediately, the two of them left the stone cave one after another. As for the thick and heavy stone door, since there was no longer anything guarding it, there was naturally no need to purposely close it. For a time, an indescribable desolate feeling was unknowingly emitted from within the stone cave, which was still filled with hot gales. After exiting the stone cave, Xiaoyan and the flame lion chatted for a long time. The relationship between the two of them had also improved. Compared to a few months ago, the two of them were now like old friends who had known each other for many years. The next day, when a ray of white appeared at the edge of one sight in the east, Xiaoyan, who had been sitting cross-legged for an entire night, slowly opened his eyes on a mountain peak. His eyelids trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Xiaoyan casually waved his hand. 5 rays of light immediately shot out. Following Xiaoyan's thought, they were suspended in the empty space in front of Xiaoyan. The 5 rays of light were 5 blazing flame crystals. The blazing flame crystal was the most precious type of flame crystal that Xiaoyan had obtained from the flame lion's cave. The fire-type energy it contained was not only the strongest amongst all the flame crystals, but its purity had also reached a stage where it could be swallowed and refined. Even within the flame lion's cave, there were only 7 of these blazing flame crystals. It was unlike the other crystals which were piled up. Looking at the 5 blazing flame crystals in front of him, Xiaoyan involuntarily took a deep breath. As long as he was able to completely refine these 5 blazing flame crystals in front of him, he would be able to gather all the 9 incarnations required for the 9 transformation body skill. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart actually felt a little excited when he thought of this. He wondered just how much strength his actual body would possess when the 9 avatars agglomerated into one. Xiaoyan ceased hesitating the moment this thought appeared in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the 5 blazing flame crystals immediately moved as he wished, lingering around Xiaoyan's body. At the same time, the soul bead in Xiaoyan's mind that contained all of Xiaoyan's soul strength began to tremble violently. Immediately, a terrifying soul strength surged out from between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. With Xiaoyan's body as the center, it rapidly spread in all directions. Buzz buzz buzz, the formless soul strength condensed into a terrifying soul storm in the void and rapidly swept across the horizon. At the same time, a frightening pressure instantly descended upon the area. In the next moment, with a thought from Xiaoyan, the formless soul strength instantly condensed into numerous formless sharp blades. With a thought from Xiaoyan, the formless sharp blades immediately tore through the void and ruthlessly slashed towards the 5 blazing flame crystals. Clang! 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 With a loud sound, waves of frightening and vast soul strength swept across the area like a tidal wave. Everywhere it passed, the world trembled. All living things within a radius of a few thousand miles were filled with fear at this moment. Clang! At the same time, in 3 different cave dwellings, the Sky Eagle, the Flame Lion and Xionggang all lifted their heads at this moment. Their gazes were grave as they looked towards the direction where the spiritual pressure was coming from. At this moment, even Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face finally revealed a solemn expression. This aura is indeed Xiaoyan. However, from the looks of it, could it be that something has happened to him? Sky Eagle frowned tightly within the cave dwelling. His heart was pondering the situation outside the cave at this moment. Wuxia Xianxia also flew over from the distance by his side. A worried expression surfaced on her pretty face. That fellow will be fine, right? Sky Eagle smiled slightly and comforted Wuxia Xianxia when he heard her words that were filled with worry. Young miss, please rest assured that nothing will happen to Xiaoyan. He is not an ordinary person. Even the 3 of us are unable to easily capture him. It is naturally impossible for others to do so as well. Unless the person who has come is an elite Do Di. Wuxia Xianxia viciously glared at him when she heard this. After which, she curled her mouth in a displeased manner. Her lovely body moved in front of his embarrassed eyes and swiftly flew out of Sky Eagle's cave dwelling. Behind her, Sky Eagle did not dare to slight her. His body moved and he swiftly gave chase. At the same time, the Flame Lion and Xiong Gang also appeared outside of their respective cave dwellings in 2 other places. Their feet stepped on the empty air and they swiftly rushed in the direction where the spiritual pressure was transmitted from. In the blink of an eye, the 4 human figures had already arrived outside of the mountain where Xiao Yan was located. The few of them stood in the empty air 1,000 feet away and saw Xiao Yan, who was controlling numerous spiritual blades from a distance. The expressions of the 4 people, who had swiftly hurried over, were involuntarily stunned when they saw this scene. Wuxia Xianxia also involuntarily frowned slightly. Her small mouth pouted and she was just about to step forward when she was hurriedly stopped by Sky Eagle at the critical moment. "Young miss, from the looks of Mr. Xiao Yan's current appearance, it is best not to disturb him. Otherwise, if his spiritual strength were to suffer a backlash, the result would not be a small matter." Wuxia Xianxia's young miss temper was finally suppressed when she heard Sky Eagle's words. She thought in her heart that if Xiao Yan were to really suffer a backlash from his spiritual strength and leave behind irreversible sequelae, she would really become a sinner. Wuxia Xianxia carried helplessness and curiosity. In the end, she could only stand in the empty air 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yan. She sensed the frightening spiritual strength that was transmitted each time they collided. A shocked expression also surfaced on her pink pretty face. Sky Eagle and the other 2 joined hands. They formed an enormous Do-Chi light barrier 1,000 feet away from Xiao Yan, covering Xiao Yan and the entire empty space within it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month later, the sound of the spiritual collisions gradually disappeared. At a certain moment, Xiao Yan's body, which had been seated for half a month, finally trembled slightly. Immediately, the frightening spiritual strength pressure that had covered the entire place for half a month suddenly disappeared at this moment. Everything in the world seemed to have become much lighter at this moment. 4 human figures swiftly flashed across the sky when the pressure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, they stood in front of Xiao Yan. However, just as the few of them were about to open their mouths to speak, the scene that appeared in front of them caused the expressions on the faces of the 4 of them to instantly stiffen. The 4 human figures were just like 4 ice sculptures. Their faces were dull as they stood where they were. Both of their eyes were wide open and their mouths were wide open. The expressions on their faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, as Xiao Yan stood up, a group of people stood in front of Wuxia Xianxia's group. There were a total of 10 human figures. Each of them had the same face. Even the clothes they were wearing, the expressions on their faces, and their eyes were all exactly the same. These 10 people appeared to be transformed from the same person. Among these 10 people, other than Xiao Yan, who was right in the middle of the mountain peak, the rest were naturally the incarnations of the 9 transformation body skill. Chapter 474. On the mountain top, Xiao Yan's eyes looked at the 4 people in front of him. His face involuntarily revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He smiled softly and shook his head. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. Immediately, the bodies of the 9 surrounding avatars became distorted. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from this empty space. Wuxia Xianxia and the rest only withdrew their eyes, which were filled with shock, after seeing that more than half of this group of Xiao Yan had disappeared. The 4 of them faced each other. It was still possible to see a shocked expression in each of their eyes. At the same time, Xiao Yan also cupped his hands together towards the Sky Eagle trio in front of him. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your protection during this half a month." Although Xiao Yan's eyes were shut, given his powerful spiritual strength, nothing that happened in this place could escape Xiao Yan's detection. Hence, Xiao Yan was already aware of the Do-Chi light barrier that the Sky Eagle trio had created together. The Sky Eagle trio immediately smiled and waved their hands towards Xiao Yan when they heard this. The Flame Lion immediately stepped forward and violently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. His tone was filled with ridicule as he laughed. "He, you don't know. When we sensed your spiritual ripple that day, the expression on young Mrs. face immediately changed. Her face was filled with anxiety, afraid that something had happened to you. Fortunately, Sky Eagle was there. All right. Shut up. Young Miss is beside us. If she were to hear you, a lion like you would turn into a bald dog. The flame lion's words had yet to fade when Sky Eagle stepped forward and pulled the flame lion, who was in front of Xiaoyan, to the back. The three brothers exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, they tactfully took a couple of steps back, leaving the empty space in front of them to Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian. Cough cough, Xiaoyan involuntarily coughed twice when he heard the flame lion's words. The expression on his old face also appeared a little unnatural. How could Xiaoyan not understand the meaning behind the flame lion's words? However, to Xiaoyan, he already owed too much emotional debt, so he really didn't have the heart to think about it anymore. Therefore, Xiaoyan could only complain helplessly in his heart. When Murong Qianqian, who was opposite him, saw Skyhawk's group of three take the initiative to retreat, a crimson blush swiftly surged onto her beautiful face. At the same time she turned her head, her gaze fiercely cut at Skyhawk's group of three behind her. When the three of them saw this, they hurriedly smiled embarrassedly. Their footsteps were almost undetectable as they continued to retreat. In their hearts, they were afraid that this young lady would suddenly attack them. Angrily withdrawing her gaze, the young lady raised her eyes and met Xiaoyan's gaze head-on. Immediately, the expressions of the two involuntarily became a little awkward. The crimson blush on Murong Qianqian's pretty face became even denser. Xiaoyan did not know what to say in his heart. The Skyhawks group by the side looked at the two of them with a gloating expression. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan finally sighed helplessly in his heart. After deliberating for a moment in his heart, he raised his gaze to look at the young lady in front of him and opened his mouth to ask Murong Qianqian. Has Murong Xiaojia's injury healed? Although his words sounded flat, anyone could hear the estrangement in them. The expression on Murong Qianqian's pretty face involuntarily became a little stunned when she heard Xiaoyan's words. A sad expression involuntarily flashed across her pretty eyes. At the same time, even the Skyhawks group involuntarily frowned. In an instant, even the flowing air had become somewhat stagnant. Only a moment later did Murong Qianqian softly acknowledge. Unknowingly, the slender jade-like hands that were hidden under the sleeves also tightly clenched together. From the sound of Xiaoyan's words, it was likely that he was preparing to leave. As Murong Qianqian thought in this manner in her heart, the expression in her pretty eyes also became increasingly complicated. That's good. Coincidentally, I also have a matter that I wish to ask Murong Xiaojia for help. I hope that Murong Xiaojia will be able to help. Xiaoyan once again smiled. His expression was calm. At the same time his voice sounded, he also cupped his hands together towards Murong Qianqian. Even though Murong Qianqian was a little unwilling in her heart when she saw Xiaoyan's manner, she ultimately nodded her head with a dull expression. Her tone was similarly calm as she spoke to Xiaoyan. You are my savior. If you need any help, just say so. Additionally, Xiong Gang has yet to fulfill one of your requests. You can just mention it. I will help him complete your request. The Sky Eagle trio exchanged glances with each other when they saw this. Immediately, they helplessly shook their heads. They knew that the reason why Murong Qianqian had revealed such an indifferent manner was not because her heart was calm and unperturbed. Instead, it was because she was unwilling to reveal her weakness. Xiaoyan also felt a wave of helplessness in his heart with regards to this. He mused for a moment before opening his mouth once again. The purpose of my trip this time around is to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Unfortunately, the terrain there is special and the cold air is extremely oppressive. I am unable to enter, much less pass through it. Therefore, you wish for me to help you pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range? After Murong Qianqian's words sounded, a pair of indifferent eyes instantly shot towards the Sky Eagle. The only one who could tell Xiaoyan these things was him. The Sky Eagle immediately shrunk his head when he sensed Murong Qianqian's eyes that seemed to want to devour him. His throat rolled as he emitted a timid gurgling sound. Xiao Yan was still expressionless when he heard Wuxia Xianxia's words. The latter immediately snorted coldly and sternly said, "Xiao Yan, if it was any other matter, this young miss would agree to it without any hesitation. However, this matter is an exception. They should have told you that no one is allowed to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. This is the rule and no one can change it. But you can." Before the young lady's words sounded, Xiao Yan interrupted her. The young lady immediately snorted coldly when she heard this. She lifted her pretty eyes and once again exchanged glances with the calm face of Xiao Yan. The two gazes faced each other from a distance. The space where their gazes met involuntarily became distorted at this moment. Humph. Yes, even if I can enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, I can only do so by myself. I cannot bring another person with me. Therefore, you should raise another request. A long while later, Wuxia Xianxia finally snorted softly and spoke in an indifferent tone. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he heard the young lady's words. How was this a question of whether or not he could bring her along? It was simply that Wuxia Xianxia was unwilling. However, since things had already developed to this point, it was useless for Xiao Yan to say anything more. After sighing helplessly, Xiao Yan frowned slightly and was about to turn around. However, the next moment, an intense rumbling sound was suddenly transmitted. It was just like thunder as it resounded over the horizon. At the same time, the ground beneath Xiao Yan's group also began to tremble intensely at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the few of them lifted their heads and looked over. Within their sight, countless magical beasts rose into the air like frightened birds and fled in all directions. That is, the eastern wall. Something has happened again. Just as the five of them lifted their heads, the expressions on the faces of the Sky Eagle trio behind them suddenly changed drastically. Their mouths involuntarily exclaimed, "The eastern wall? Don't tell me that it has collapsed again." The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed slightly when he heard the exclamations of the three of them. He involuntarily exclaimed in his heart. At the same time, the Sky Eagle trio also hurriedly moved. Each of them unleashed their fastest speed and swiftly rushed towards the eastern horizon. Chapter 475. This place was a vast expanse of snow. A bone-chilling cold wind blew in this world. Goose feather-like snow drifted in all directions. There was a row of sky-reaching snowy peaks in this place. They appeared to be the guards of this world. They stood firmly in this place and did not allow anyone to pass through. At the same time, some things were also blocked behind these snowy peaks. Until a certain moment, an enormous crack suddenly appeared in this row of indestructible snowy peaks. The crack extended from bottom to top and penetrated deep into the ground. It forcefully split one of the snowy peaks apart from the middle until it was completely torn apart. The entire snowy peak also collapsed. At the same time that the snowy peak collapsed, a frightening crack that was 1,000 feet wide appeared between the snowy peaks like a valley. It connected the world within the snowy peaks with the world outside. The appearance of the crack brought with it waves of icy cold wind. A frightening cold current swiftly spread across this snowy land. In merely a moment, it had already spread beyond the snowy land into the vast mountain forest. Immediately, wherever the cold current passed, everything in the world would be instantly sealed in ice. The entire mountain forest and the land had turned pale white in the blink of an eye. The tree branches that were swaying with the wind before the cold current arrived were instantly sealed in ice by the cold wind. The tree branches within the layer of ice were also permanently frozen in the moment before they were swept by the cold wind. Countless magical beasts were swiftly fleeing within the mountain forest at this moment. Even so, there were still quite a number of magical beasts that were unable to escape the claws of the cold wind. In the end, all the magical beasts, regardless of whether they were in the sky or on the ground, were completely sealed in ice by the cold wind. This was not merely their bodies that were sealed in ice. Even the Do Qi within their bodies and their souls were instantly sealed in ice. Under this cold wind, it was impossible for anyone below the strength of a half-martial emperor to survive. Within a short moment, the mountain forest within a radius of several hundred miles was covered by a thick layer of ice. Wherever the cold wind passed, all life was extinguished. Goose feather-like snow also began to drift in the sky. Swoosh! At a certain moment, a sharp sound of rushing winds suddenly sounded in the sky. Following which, a couple of rays of light shot across the sky with lightning-like speed. Soon after, a frightening wind pressure descended on the frozen mountain forest below. Bang bang bang. The frightening wind pressure instantly crushed those ice sculpture-like trees. The layer of ice on the surface of the ground was also violently lifted, leaving behind numerous gullies of varying depths. A moment later, Xiao Yan's group appeared in front of the huge crack. Rather than calling it a crack, it looked more like a valley at this moment. This time around, the valley was many times wider than the deep stream from before. Similarly, the cold current that gushing out from it was even more frightening. As he sensed the frightening cold wind that pounced towards him, Xiao Yan felt that the muscles on his face had already been frozen until they felt numb. Of course, the few people beside him were no exception. However, at this moment, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to feel surprised was that Wuxia Xianxia, who was standing beside the sky eagle, actually did not have the slightest change in her pretty face. That biting cold wind also automatically scattered when it was 10 feet from Wuxia Xianxia's body. Xiao Yan could not help but gently lift his eyebrows when he saw this scene. He could not help but feel astonished in his heart. However, he quickly linked this matter to the reason why Wuxia Xianxia was able to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. No wonder. No wonder Sky Eagle said that she was able to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. There is actually something protecting her outside of her body. After understanding this point in his heart, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim quietly in his heart. His heavenly flame was the most violent energy in the world. Yet, it was actually unable to easily block this cold wind. However, this Wuxia Xianxia was actually able to remain unaffected by this cold wind. The thing on her body was likely extraordinary. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of Sky Eagle's group had become grave. Indeed. This time around, the strength of this cold wind is many times stronger than before. Sky Eagle's eyes were extremely grave as he looked at the valley in front of him. The cold wind that surged out from within caused even him to feel incomparably strenuous. Let's go all out. Otherwise, if this cold wind really spreads, it is likely that the entire mountain range will be frozen by this thing. At this moment, even the flame lion had withdrawn his usual smiling expression. As the words from his mouth sounded, the do qi within his body emitted a bang sound as it surged out of his body. It transformed into a cluster of hot flames that fiercely burned on the surface of the flame lion's body. Roar! Xionggang, who had always been a man of few words, abruptly shook his strong body. Do qi wildly surged out of his body and agglomerated into a rock armor on the surface of his body, protecting his strong body within it. Let's go. If we succeed, we will still be able to live and train for a few hundred years. If we fail, we must use our lives to seal it for 100 or even 1,000 years. Sky Eagle violently clenched his teeth and roared with a sharp pause between each word. Helplessly, the situation this time around was really much more serious than in the past. Even they did not have complete confidence. In order to successfully block this cold wind, they would definitely not hesitate to use their lives as the price. Sky Eagle was the first to charge after his words sounded. Its body moved and it suddenly flew towards the sky. With a shake of its body, it revealed its original form. Sky Eagle's enormous body appeared exceptionally overbearing in this empty space. As his wings were flapped, Xiao Yan and the others below could clearly see numerous glaring spatial crack lines appear in the empty space around him. Behind him, the Flame Lion and Xionggang also transformed into their original forms. Each of them roared at the sky and displayed their strength, preparing to seal the valley below. Mr. Xiao Yan, if we are unable to hold on, I hope that you will be able to bring our young miss out of the Shilin mountain range. Please. Sky Eagle's voice was quietly transmitted into Xiao Yan's ears while he was observing Sky Eagle's trio in the sky. Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard these words. His gaze immediately glanced at Wuxia Xianxia by the side. After which, he nodded in a manner that was undetectable. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, the three enormous beasts in the sky suddenly emitted an earth-shaking furious roar from their mouths. Their bodies immediately moved and the Dou Qi within their bodies surged wildly. A powerful Dou skill was also unleashed at this moment. Blood Eagle Curse. Thousandly Wind Evil. Flame Lion Waterfall. Lion Break. Mountain River Slaughter. Star Fall. Chapter 476. The three enormous beasts in the sky each displayed their might. They unleashed their powerful man-class Dou skills one after another. Immediately, a frightening aura and pressure swiftly descended on this place like an enormous mountain. The frightening aura and pressure descended from the sky, instantly suppressing the repeatedly gushing cold flow. The powerful strength was like a hot knife through butter. The cold wind that came into contact with it was completely suppressed. From the looks of it, it seemed that they intended to completely suppress the cold wind in one go. However, the hearts of the Sky Eagle trio, who had transformed into their actual bodies, did not dare to underestimate all of this. Given their understanding of this cold wind, they were naturally aware that what they saw in front of their eyes was merely an illusion. The true strength of this cold wind was buried in the deepest part of this canyon. At this moment, what they had touched was merely a superficial part of it. Roar. The three enormous beasts let out a low roar in unison. Their enormous bodies suddenly shook and a frightening pressure once again swept out. Three incomparably frightening pressures swiftly merged together. Under the joint control of the Sky Eagle trio, they linked up with the three-man class Dou skills and formed a triangle in the sky. It carried an even more frightening aura and pressure as it violently pressed down on the canyon below. On the other side, Xiao Yan sensed the frightening pressure that was transmitted from the three Dou skills. The expression on his face involuntarily changed. It must be said that he had ultimately underestimated the true strength of the Sky Eagle trio. The Dou skills that the three of them displayed when they joined hands were far, far stronger than the fighting strength that they possessed. If they were able to cooperate in such a manner during the big battle with Xiao Yan earlier, Xiao Yan acknowledged in his heart that he would definitely not be able to fight them head-on other than fleeing. However, it was in this manner that an even colder aura surged out from the canyon below while Xiao Yan was feeling terrified by the combined strength of the three of them. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ice layer of the canyon was once again covered by a thick layer of ice. At the same time, a countless number of icicles were swiftly formed in the air above the canyon. Once the three Dou skills landed, these countless number of icicles would carry a frightening penetrating force as they violently met the three Dou skills. In the blink of an eye, the three powerful Dou skills carried a frightening pressure as they landed. The countless number of icicles also followed and met them. Clang, 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 the clear sound of metal striking metal repeatedly sounded. Numerous ice spikes pierced through the empty space. In the blink of an eye, they violently collided with the wind that was created when the three Dou techniques landed. The moment the ice spikes shattered, circular spatial crack lines also appeared in the surrounding empty space. The raindrop-like spatial crack lines continued to appear. Every second, there would be an uncountable number of icicles violently smashing onto the wind wall that was agglomerated from the wind. However, the final result was that they were still blocked by the wind. However, as the countless number of icicles continued to explode, the expression on the face of Xiao Yan, who was quietly observing everything from the side, gradually became solemn. This was because as the icicles continued to explode, he realized that the temperature in the surrounding space of the three Dou skills was also frighteningly low. Moreover, until this moment, the temperature in that space was still continuously decreasing at an extremely frightening speed. At the same time, Xiao Yan was also able to clearly see that the speed at which the three Dou skills were descending was also becoming increasingly slower. The wind that was originally blocking those icicles had also gradually decreased. At this moment, the countless number of icicles finally landed on the three Dou skills. Bang bang bang. Although the strength of those icicles did not appear to be enough to reach the apex, waves of cold air agglomerated as those icicles exploded, causing the temperature in the surrounding empty space of the three Dou skills to become increasingly lower. The strength that the three Do skills possessed just so happened to be the most wild and violent kind of strength. This was especially the case for the Flame Lion's Lion Break. It was filled with an incomparably overbearing fierce flame strength. The result of the collision between extreme cold and extreme heat was something that Xiao Yan did not dare to easily imagine. Xiao Yan frowned intently. His heart felt incomparably solemn. His gaze would occasionally drift towards Wuxia Xianxia by the side. At this moment, the expression on the latter's pretty face had also become somewhat ugly. She had also sensed the frighteningly low temperature in the empty space. Immediately, the delicate hands under her sleeves were repeatedly relaxed and tightly clenched. Some hesitation was revealed between her eyebrows. In the Sky Eagle trio had similarly sensed the frighteningly low temperature. Their hearts immediately felt incomparably solemn. It was unexpected that the cold wind this time around would actually be so much stronger than before. Just from the beginning, the Do skills of the three of them had already been forced into a passive state. At this moment, it was impossible for them to withdraw even if they wanted to. However, the next moment, before the three of them could do anything, the cold air that covered the three frightening Do skills suddenly began to tremble intensely. Along with it, the entire space also trembled. Hum hum hum, soon after, the three Do skills that were covered by the cold air also began to tremble at this moment. Wave after wave of Do Qi uncontrollably spread in all directions, filling the area covered by the cold air. The entire space also began to tremble even more intensely. Within a short couple of breaths' time, the Sky Eagle trio in the sky were surprised to discover that their connection with the Do skills had actually gradually become blurry. In the end, it was completely severed. The energy contained within the three types of man-class Do skills swiftly became wild and violent the moment their connection with the Sky Eagle trio was severed. Adding this to the frighteningly low temperature that covered the surrounding space, the strength of the three types of man-class Do skills were actually forcefully kneaded together at the same time as they spread. The three types of energy swiftly merged within the extremely cold space. The energy within them, which had already become incomparably wild and violent, had become incomparably powerful after this merger. Following the merger of the three Do skills, an enormous bright red energy light cluster was suspended in the sky like a small planet. In the sight of Xiao Yan's group, the size of the enormous light cluster was actually swiftly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye following the merger of the three Do skills. Of course, despite its size appearing smaller, the strength contained within it caused the expressions of the Sky Eagle trio to swiftly become incomparably solemn. That strength was likely not something that they could easily block. The hearts of the three of them immediately tightened when they sensed this. They exchanged glances with each other and were just about to act when the true storm suddenly descended in the next moment. At the same time, the solemn-faced Xiao Yan also moved his feet and instantly used the Sky Extinction Step. Bang! Chapter 477. A low and deep rumbling sound had just sounded when the entire place was suddenly covered by a glaring golden light. Soon after, buzz, 1,000-foot large Do Qi waves suddenly swept out from the middle of the light with a bang sound. The surrounding empty space was swiftly covered by a layer of hard ice the instant the Do Qi waves swept out. A frightening icy aura was able to seal even the endless empty space with ice. Withdraw. The frightening Do Qi wave swept over the place. The Sky Eagle trio in the sky were so shocked that they hurriedly pulled back. Even they did not have the ability to retaliate under this Do Qi wave. At the same time, Xiao Yan in the empty space also pulled Wuxia Xianxia by the side. His feet moved and the Sky Extinction Step was instantly unleashed. He had already led them and appeared 1,000 feet away in the empty space when the Do Qi wave came attacking. Although they managed to escape, that frightening storm instantly destroyed everything in this place. At the same time, the frightening strength once again tore apart the valley below and expanded it. Even the few surrounding snow mountains were cut apart. Numerous wide crack lines swiftly spread over the entire mountain. The originally turbulent torrent-like cold wind also became even more ferocious. Buzz buzz buzz. The frightening energy storm continued for a long time. The expressions of the Sky Eagle trio involuntarily became a little pale under the repeated attacks. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was pulling Wuxia Xianxia, whose mouth was wide open, away from the dangerous situation time and time again. At this moment, the expression on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face had turned completely pale because of the frightening scene in front of her. She had never imagined that this mountain ridge, which she could freely enter and exit, actually contained such a frightening destructive strength. She did not even dare to imagine who would protect her if this strength were to descend on her head one day. Wuxia Xianxia finally reacted while the young lady was thinking of this in her heart. Due to the urgency of the situation earlier, the Douqi wave had already swept over the space where they were standing. The person who had intervened and pulled her away from the storm was actually Xiao Yan by the side. As she thought of this, a bright redness immediately swarmed onto the young lady's pale pretty face. She followed her right side and saw that at this moment, Xiao Yan's large hand was tightly holding her white hand. His face was solemn as he eyed the canyon below. He did not notice the gaze that Wuxia Xianxia shot over at this moment. Although her attitude towards Xiao Yan had changed greatly earlier, the resentment in the young lady's heart swiftly disappeared after she saw that the person who had intervened to save her when she was in danger was actually Xiao Yan. All that remained was a delicate little girl's attitude. At this moment, Xiao Yan's heart increasingly felt just how frightening that thing was when he looked at the valley below. The strength of the cold air had actually forcefully merged with a man-class Do skill. Moreover, this was merely the external strength of the cold air. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength would be if this cold air were to completely erupt. Let's try again. No matter what, we must suppress this cold wind. Roar. Suddenly, a stern cry was emitted from the mouth of the sky eagle in the sky. The cry had just sounded when the flame lion duo called out to each other. Immediately, their bodies shook and the majestic Do Qi within their bodies once again surged out. High up in the sky, the enormous wings of the sky eagle were flapped. Immediately, a countless number of blue-colored feathers broke through the air. They carried a powerful Do Qi and emitted waves of sharp rushing wind sounds. In an instant, they cut through the empty air and violently shot toward the canyon below. Bang bang bang. However, this attack of the sky eagle, which an ordinary bandit would not dare to underestimate, was forcefully broken by the cold wind that had charged out of the valley in the empty space a couple of 100 feet from the valley. However, at the same time, the cold wind, which had transformed into an invisible wind wall, was gradually suppressed by the endless attacks of the sky eagle. Roar. Seeing that there seemed to still be a chance, the expression of the flame lion quickly changed. He let out a low roar and his enormous head immediately let out a long roar to the sky. After which, his enormous body suddenly shook the instant he lowered his head. An extremely frightening bright red Do Qi light pillar suddenly shot out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in the sky above the valley. Puff puff puff, this time around, the cold wind that came head-on was penetrated by this Do Qi light pillar the instant it came into contact with it. At the same time, it also emitted a low, deep rushing wind sound in the empty space. Faced with the combined attack of two 9-star bandit emperors, the wind wall that was agglomerated from the cold wind was swiftly broken. On the other side, Xiongang's enormous body, which was like a towering mountain, suddenly shook. Immediately, the entire place shook. Xiongang's enormous bear claws violently inserted into the ground behind him. A thought passed through his mind and Do Qi agglomerated on his palm. Immediately, a suction force surged and the ground behind him began to shake intensely at this moment. Roar. In the next moment, Xionggang once again let out an explosive roar as if he was somewhat dissatisfied. His huge feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and immediately, huge cracks rapidly spread out on the ground. At the same time, in Xiongang's eyes, tiny streams of earthen yellow light gradually condensed at this moment. At the same time as the light gathered in Xiongang's eyes, the bear claws that he had inserted into the ground abruptly exerted force. Immediately, the muscles on his entire arm that were harder than metal began to bulge. The frightening power caused the space around his body to tremble uncontrollably. However, Xiao Yan was not in the mood to care about this at this moment. Just a moment ago, he had sensed a rather familiar aura from Xiongang's body. That power did not belong to Do Qi or Genesis Qi. It was one of the powers in this world that was most difficult to control. Great Tao power. Xiao Yan involuntarily let out an exclamation in his heart when his eyes looked at Xiong Gang's pair of enormous beast eyes. It was unexpected that after such a long time, he would actually meet a second person who could control the Great Tao like him. Of course, Xiong Gang's control of Great Tao power was merely the tip of the iceberg. However, Xiao Yan was well aware of how powerful Great Tao power was. He knew that even if Xiong Gang could only control a tiny bit of it, it was enough to make his battle power far superior to other experts of the same level who could not control Great Tao power. At this moment, the power of Xiong Gang's claws proved this point. Rumble, as heavy soil and gravel fell to the ground began to crumble. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the frozen ground. At this moment, Xiong Gang was struggling to lift up his bare claws from the ground. Together with his bare claws, he was using all his strength to lift up a huge rock that was more than twice his size from the ground. At the same time that Xiong Gang lifted the rock, the originally white sky above their heads suddenly lost all light. It was as if they had suddenly fallen from day to night. Only the huge canyon below was beautifully blooming with aqua-blue light like before. However, no one knew what terrifying dangers were hidden under that beauty. The entire boulder was so big that it could only be described as covering the sky at this very moment. If the boulder fell, it would definitely be enough to completely fill up the canyon between the three of them. At the same time, it would be enough to erect a tall mountain and fill the gap between the snowy peaks. This was naturally Xiong Gang's idea. Roar. An earth-shattering roar was emitted. Xiong Gang raised both of his arms and used all of his strength to lift the huge rock high above his head. At the same time, his enormous body suddenly turned around. Bang! Just as Xiong Gang turned around, his originally steady footsteps could not help but stagger due to the frightening weight on his back. His enormous body knelt on the ground with a loud bang. The frightening weight of the boulder was such that even Xiong Gang's body had difficulty supporting it. Of course, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for him to control such a large boulder. However, he did not expect that he would be able to agglomerate the Great Tao strength when he used all his strength earlier. However, from the looks of it, he did not know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Tian Ying's and the Flame Lion's expressions involuntarily changed when they saw Xiong Gang fall to the ground. The matter of blocking the gap had always required Xiong Gang to take action. If anything happened to him, no one would be able to take care of this gap. Xiong Gang, can you hold on? Tianing hurriedly asked. At the same time, his attacks became increasingly sharp in order to prevent the cold wind from erupting again. Roar, no problem. Leave it to me. Upon hearing Sky Eagle's question, even though Xiong Gang was having a hard time, he still managed to reply with much difficulty. Although Sky Eagle was still a little worried after hearing this, it still withdrew its thoughts and focused all its attention on the canyon below. Buzz buzz buzz, a short moment later, while Xiong Gang was panting, a light suddenly flickered deep within the valley below. Soon after, an even more frightening cold wind arrived. In the blink of an eye, it had once again broken through the combined attacks of Tianying and the Flame Lion. Damn it! This cold wind is about to charge out. Go! Block the cold wind. We must not let it. Tianying's and the Flame Lion's hearts immediately paled when they saw that the cold wind was about to charge out of the bottomless valley. They let out a stern roar and hurriedly swooped down. At the same time, they unleashed all the Do Qi within their bodies. Using their bodies as a foundation, they once again blocked the cold wind that was about to surge out. At the same time, the muscles all over Xiong Gang's body were about to explode as he forcefully lifted the enormous rock above his head. His enormous body continued to tremble intensely. His mouth also emitted a coarse panting sound. Even the gaps between his teeth were seeping out. It was a long while later before Xiong Gang finally let out a low roar. The muscles all over his body were tense to the limit as he slowly stood up from the ground. At the same time, his feet had already sunk into the ground. Xiong Gang's body carried the enormous rock. His eyes were extremely scarlet as he stared at the valley below. His sharp teeth emitted a glaring cold glint in the air. The bright red fresh blood caused this cold glint to appear even more frightening. It was a long while later before Xionggang roared from his mouth and violently smashed the enormous rock above his head down. Shen. Xing. Fall. The enormous rock smashed down and the sky shook. The enormous valley, which looked like a glaring scar from the sky, was also sealed by this enormous rock. Chapter 478. Bang! Following an earth-shaking loud sound, the huge rock smashed down. One could see that the frozen ground around the valley instantly crumbled. Many crack lines that were dozens of feet wide swiftly spread. Huff! The Sky Eagle trio finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the valley had been sealed. They exchanged glances with each other. Sky Eagle involuntarily frowned when he saw Xiongang's extremely strained appearance. He quietly thought in his heart. Perhaps they had indeed sealed this crack line this time around. However, what about the next time? Or perhaps even further in the future? The strength of this cold wind was far from what they had seen. Perhaps after a few hundred years, they would be unable to suppress this cold wind again even if they risked their lives. At that time, the mountain range behind them would also lose its protection. Ugh! Sky Eagle involuntarily let out a long sigh when he thought of this. At this moment, Xionggang panted as he once again stood up from the ground. His entire body involuntarily swayed as he stood up. In order to lift the huge rock earlier, he had already exhausted all of his strength. At this moment, Xionggang wished that he could just collapse on the ground and never get up again. However, before this, he also knew that although this valley might appear to have been sealed, the situation they were facing was far from as simple as it appeared to be. Although the entrance to the gorge had already been sealed, Sky Eagle and the other two knew that below the giant rock was the deepest part of the gorge. Due to the blockage of the giant rock, an even fiercer cold wind would condense there. This was also the danger that Sky Eagle and the other two would have to face next. They needed to hurry and completely suppress this huge ruler before the cold wind erupted. They needed to block the cold wind from below the huge rock back to the source of the crack line, preventing it from surging out. Only then would they be able to completely seal this crack line. Of course, Xiao Yan was naturally able to thoroughly investigate all of this given his frightening spiritual strength. However, compared to the Sky Eagle trio, Xiao Yan's heart was currently unable to remain calm. This was because he had already sensed that the energy gathered under the huge rock was becoming increasingly powerful. This time around, their seal was likely going to be quite dangerous. Cough cough, hurry up and do it. Seal this crack. I can already feel that the power below is getting stronger and stronger. If this drags on, I'm afraid it'll be bad. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of Xiongang's mouth after he coughed intensely for a moment. However, he did not have the mood to bother about this at this moment. He hurriedly raised his head and let out a low roar to Tianying's duo. After which, he climbed to his feet with great difficulty. A thought passed through his mind and the remaining do qi within his body once again surged out at this moment. The Sky Eagle duo could hear the seriousness within Xiongang's words. Their hearts involuntarily sunk. They exchanged glances with each other and immediately let out a stern cry. The do qi within their bodies swiftly surged out of their bodies. The three giant beasts each stood on one side, forming a triangle with each other. Then, they quickly transformed into their human forms and landed on a spot on the huge rock. The three of them exchanged glances with each other. Tianying's and the Flame Lion's expressions involuntarily changed when they saw Xiongang's pale face. However, Xionggang violently waved his hand when he saw this. Immediately, he placed all his attention on the huge rock in front of him. Tianying and the Flame Lion frowned when they saw this. They inhaled a deep breath of air and nodded heavily. After which, their eyes landed on the huge rock in front of them. Both of their hands were swiftly lifted in front of their chests. The remaining do qi within their bodies completely surged out at this moment. Immediately, the three of them let out a low cry as their hands swiftly changed seals. Looking at the gestures of the three of them, the seals in their hands were actually exactly the same. Moreover, the energy ripples that were faintly emitted from the seals were actually connected with each other. Oh. This is actually a kind of formation. Xiao Yan, who was watching the three of them from the outside, involuntarily let out a surprised cry when he saw this manner of the three of them. From what he had seen, all the formations on this continent were created by a formation master. It was unexpected that the Tianing trio in front of him were actually able to use this kind of method to create a formation. This really caused Xiao Yan to feel surprised. This kind of formation is the simplest formation. As long as one exhausts a sufficient amount of dou qi and spiritual strength, one will be able to create the formation. Of course, there is a difference between this kind of formation and the formation created by a true formation master. The maintenance of this kind of formation requires the use of dou qi and spiritual strength over a long period of time to replenish. It is unlike those formation masters. As long as the formation is activated, they need not pay much attention to it unless the energy within it is completely exhausted. Appearing to have seen the doubt in Xiao Yan's heart, Wuxia Xianxia by the side also opened her mouth to explain to Xiao Yan. Hearing the latter's words, Xiao Yan immediately came to a sudden understanding and nodded his head. When he turned his head to look at the latter, Xiao Yan's face instantly became boiling hot. Ever since he had dodged the energy storm earlier, Xiao Yan had forgotten that he was still tightly holding the delicate hand of the young lady. He was also aware that at this moment, Xiao Yan only hurriedly reacted when he saw that he was tightly holding the hand of the young lady in the blink of an eye. He hurriedly withdrew his hand. Grug, the young lady involuntarily laughed out loud when she saw the change in expression on Xiao Yan's face. This scene was reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes and an unknown thought involuntarily surged into his heart. Although this young lady in front of him usually threw a tantrum, she was quite cute when she laughed. Xiao Yan swiftly reacted the moment this thought appeared in his heart. His old face was boiling hot as he tossed the thought in his heart to the back of his head. Only then did Xiao Yan once again withdraw his gaze and look at the Sky Eagle trio. Wuxia Xianxia by the side once again revealed a smile on her pretty face when she saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face. The coldness she had for Xiao Yan earlier was also completely swept away. It was as though nothing had happened. On the other side, the changing speed of the seals in the hands of the Sky Eagle trio increased. In the end, it had actually reached a dazzling state where one could no longer see clearly. At the same time, numerous complicated seals were swiftly formed. The dou qi within the bodies of the three of them also gathered between their hands. A cluster of gentle white light was also gradually formed at this moment. Immediately, a misty arm-sized dou qi light pillar shot downwards after the white light was formed. After the dou qi light pillar made contact with the enormous rock, it once again split into two energy light pillars of similar thickness. The light pillar was like a white snake that twisted and turned. It swiftly transformed under the feet of the three of them, forming numerous mysterious symbols. Xiao Yan also discovered that the enormous rock, which was originally standing still under the feet of the three of them, actually trembled slightly when those symbols were formed. This also caused the hearts of the three of them to be greatly startled at this moment. The reason for the unusual movement of the enormous rock was the frightening cold wind that was repeatedly agglomerating under the enormous rock. Sensing this, the seals that were swiftly forming in the hands of the Sky Eagle trio also suddenly increased in speed at this moment. The dazzling seals caused one to be unable to see them clearly. At the same time, the unusual movement of the enormous rock under the feet of the three of them also gradually became clearer. The current situation was just like a competition. The formation in the hands of the Sky Eagle trio and the cold wind under their feet. Whichever side was able to erupt first would instantly tilt towards the other side. Rumble, with the flow of time, the formation under the feet of the Sky Eagle trio gradually came into contact with each other. The formation was connected and a vast and mighty aura immediately spread from it. At the same time, the enormous rock under the feet of the three of them suddenly shook. Along with the unusual movement, it was also suppressed. The appearance of this scene immediately caused the hearts of the three of them to sigh in relief. However, before their faces could reveal a smile, the enormous rock under their feet suddenly began to shake even more intensely. Buzz buzz buzz, Following an intense buzzing sound being emitted, numerous green lights shot out from the cracks between the edge of the valley that had already been suppressed and the enormous rock. At the same time, the enormous rock shook. As the green light shot out, numerous crack lines swiftly spread out from the bottom of the huge rock. At the same time, a frightening cold wind also whistled out from those narrow cracks, emitting waves of sharp wind whistling sounds that were similar to that of a malicious ghost. Crack, crack, crack. Soon after, the entire enormous rock began to sway at this moment. Immediately, under Xiao Yan's gaze, the enormous rock, which Xiong Gang had used all his strength to lift, was actually forcefully lifted at this moment under the effect of the cold wind. At the same time, it was also resisting the enormous pressure from the formation under the feet of the three of them. This cold wind is really overbearing. It is actually able to forcefully block the formation that the three of them have created together. It seems that they are unable to endure any longer. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw the bodies of the three of them become increasingly unstable amid the intense shaking. He had already decided in his heart that he would immediately intervene the moment the cold wind erupted. He would borrow Gu Yu's strength to completely suppress the cold wind. Xiao Yan let out a deep breath of air. The hand under his sleeve was slowly clenched. His heart was also using this opportunity to communicate with Gu Yu. However, he did not notice that a solemn expression had gradually surfaced on Murong Qianxian's pretty face by the side. The hand under Murong Qianxian's sleeve trembled gently. A square pale green jade tablet appeared in Murong Qianxian's hand. Murong Qianxian's pretty eyes stared at the sky eagle trio as she held the jade tablet in her hand. The dou qi within her body had already quietly circulated to every part of her body. As long as she was willing, Murong Qianxian would be able to reach the middle of the sky eagle trio in an instant if she unleashed all of her strength. In other words, she would be at the core of the formation. Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian stared at the formation from outside the arena until a certain moment, rumble, a powerful force was emitted from the bottom of the large rock. Immediately, the large rock began to shake intensely. The three people on it staggered. The seals that were swiftly forming in their hands were nearly broken. A frightening cold wind swept out from the bottom of the large rock. In the blink of an eye, the temperature of the entire place suddenly fell. The frightening cold wind caused one to feel an icy chill even from 1,000 feet away. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed upon seeing this scene. A thought passed through his heart and he prepared to intervene. However, at the next moment, an intense rushing wind sound was suddenly emitted from the empty space beside him. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan looked over and saw that Murong Qianxian's delicate body had already appeared on the enormous rock. She was already standing between Tian Ying's three men group. At that moment, there was a jade tablet that emitted a faint green light in his hand. The moment the formation under his feet completely condensed, he fiercely pressed it down. Buzz! A cream-white fluorescent light wrapped around the jade tablet. All the dou qi of the 3 9-star band emperors immediately surged into the jade tablet. Immediately, the jade tablet emitted a bright green light. It was just like a comet as it emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, as the green light shot out, a special energy swept out from the jade tablet. In the blink of an eye, it had already spread over a distance of nearly 1,000 miles. At the same time, the suffocating icy cold aura in the sky also disappeared in an instant. Qi Hanyu, while Xiao Yan was feeling shocked by the scene in front of him, Gu Yu, who was within his body, also let out a surprised cry. Chapter 479. Xiao Yan involuntarily lifted his brows when he heard the words that were emitted from Gu Yu's mouth. His face revealed a curious expression. His eyelids were lowered as he asked Gu Yu in his heart. Old Gu, may I know what this Qi Hanyu you're talking about is? Hey, Qi Hanyu, this is one of the most cold-resistant spirit stones in the world. You have also seen its effect earlier. As long as dou qi is poured in, its ability to resist the cold air will immediately be displayed. This little girl is able to remain calm in this world of ice and snow because she carries this thing with her. Gu Yu softly laughed in the face of Xiao Yan's doubt. He opened his mouth and answered Xiao Yan's question. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little frightened by Qi Hanyu's ability to resist the cold after hearing this. Looking at the size of the jade token earlier, it was likely that it was only the size of a palm. It was unexpected that such an inconspicuous jade token was actually able to expel all the cold air in this place. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. At the same time, he also sighed in relief in his heart. From the looks of it, this seal should be successfully resolved. With Qi Hanyu around, the cold wind under the enormous rock should not be able to create any big waves. As long as Tian Ying's group acted to suppress it, the danger this time around should be resolved. Of course, while Xiao Yan was thinking in this manner, Tian Ying's group on the enormous rock and Wuxia Xianxia naturally had the same thought in their hearts. Tian Ying's group on the enormous rock exchanged glances with each other. Their faces involuntarily revealed an expression of having survived a calamity. Their bodies relaxed and they sat on the ground. Their mouths panted heavily. The three of them finally smiled in relief a moment later. Tianing glanced at Wuxia Xianxia, who was still standing in the middle of the formation, and involuntarily frowned. Although it was Wuxia Xianxia who had acted at the critical moment and suppressed the huge rock, Sky Eagle was not thinking about this at this moment. Instead, he was thinking about how Xiao Yan had actually failed to protect Wuxia Xianxia at the critical moment. This involuntarily caused Sky Eagle to feel somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. He immediately turned his head to look at Xiao Yan. His eyes contained some resentment as he transmitted a message to Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao Yan, you promised me that you would protect Miss well, but why? Alright, don't blame him. Before I made my move, Xiao Yan also planned to make his move. It's just that I was one step ahead of him. If he wasn't worried about you guys, he wouldn't have lost me. While Tianing was communicating with Xiao Yan, Wuxia Xianxia seemed to have seen through Tianying's thoughts. She gently patted her jade-like hands and spoke to Tianying. Tianying's eyes involuntarily hardened when he heard the young lady's words, which clearly indicated that she was purposely protecting Xiao Yan. A strange feeling immediately rose in his heart. Only then did his eyes turn back and secretly glance at Wuxia Xianxia. The suspicion in his heart grew even greater. Why was it that this young lady, who was incomparably cold and indifferent to Xiao Yan earlier, actually seemed to have a drastic change in her temperament after just a short while? The corner of Tianying's mouth involuntarily twitched when he thought of this. It must be said that the change in character of a woman was even faster than the wind. Of course, Tianying only dared to think about these words in his heart. If he were to really say them out loud, it was likely that he would face a wild storm-like blow in the next moment. Tianying and the Flame Lion once again faced each other and smiled after withdrawing their thoughts. The expressions on their faces had finally become relaxed. The three of them once again stood up after exhaling a long breath of air. Due to them having exhausted a great amount of Do Qi earlier, the three of them were currently a little unsteady when they stood up. This was especially the case for Xionggang. At this moment, he was already completely exhausted. He was the weakest amongst the three of them. However, at the same time, this was not the time for him to truly relax. His body shook with all his might and once again forcefully stabilized his body. His eyes landed on the enormous rock under his feet. Tianying and the Flame Lion involuntarily frowned when they saw this. However, they immediately nodded heavily. They understood that the current danger had yet to be resolved. Hence, regardless of how tired they were, they still needed to stand up and welcome them. A thought passed through their minds after the three of them stood up. The remaining Do Qi within their bodies swiftly surged out and was poured into the large formation under their feet. At the same time, the three of them once again lifted their hands. The seals in their hands changed accordingly. They needed to use the remaining time to completely form this large formation. Only at that time would the place they were currently in truly return to peace. Following the change of the seals in the hands of the three of them, the cream-white Do Qi clusters once again agglomerated and surfaced in their hands. At the same time, an energy light pillar that was as thick as an arm shot out from the light clusters in their hands. After which, it entered the large formation under their feet. Immediately, the large formation, which had just calmed down, once again began to churn. The cream-white energy lines once again twisted along with the large formation. The aura within the large formation also became increasingly dense at the same time. Wuxia Xianxia saw that the large formation under her feet had once again begun to circulate. She randomly glanced at the large formation and saw Jianghu, who had been summoned by her. She smiled slightly and her lovely body moved, preparing to leave this large formation. However, at the next moment, bang! An earth-shaking explosion was suddenly emitted. Numerous crack lines swiftly covered the entire enormous rock. At the same time, a glaring green light shot out from the crack lines. The large formation, which was still being formed by the three of them a second ago, had already collapsed in the blink of an eye. Frightening cold air instantly filled the entire place. Xiao Yan immediately sensed that the cold wind around him was even more frightening than before. The expression on his face changed drastically. The heavenly flame within his body surged out in an unrestrained manner. Only then did he manage to block the frightening cold air. In the middle of the large formation, an enormous crack line surrounded the enormous rock around Wuxia Xianxia, forming a narrow area that could only allow one person to stand. The cream-white energy cluster under the young lady's feet swiftly disappeared after losing its source of dou qi. Jianghu also emitted a bang, and once again returned to the young lady's hand with a clear cracking sound. Following the scattering of the energy, a piercing cold wind immediately gushed out from the crack lines around Wuxia Xianxia's lovely body and attacked the young lady. Under this kind of situation, the young lady's heart pounded rapidly like a frightened deer. Her mouth was so frightened that she could not emit any sound. Her pretty face was completely pale at this moment. The endless fear in her heart caused the young lady to forget the use of the Jianghu in her hand. Immediately, the cold wind blew. The enormous rock beside the young lady's feet was swiftly covered by a thick layer of ice. After which, the ice layer began to spread and swiftly climbed onto Wuxia Xianxia's ankle. On the other side, the formation was broken. Tianying's trio were immediately affected. A swollen redness immediately surged onto their originally pale faces. After which, they opened their large mouths and involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Their auras also swiftly fell to rock bottom. At the same time, a frightening cold wind swept out following the collapse of the enormous rock below. It violently charged at the three people in the sky. Once the three of them were sealed in ice, it was likely that even with their strength, they would not be able to avoid being eroded by the cold wind. At that time, even if they did not die, it would definitely leave behind a sequela that they would never be able to get rid of. Tianying's trio were powerless as they sensed the cold wind assaulting them. At this final moment, they actually did not even have the ability to retaliate before their deaths. At the same time, their hearts were also incomparably worried. To them, their lives might be important, but in comparison, Wuxia Xianxia was the most important in their hearts. Unfortunately, the three of them were already at the brink of death. They were unable to save her even if they wanted to. Currently, it was likely that the only person who could save Wuxia Xianxia was Xiao Yan. At this moment, the Tianying trio could only do their best to pray in their hearts. They hoped that Xiao Yan would be able to rescue Wuxia Xianxia at this final moment. As for themselves, it was already irrelevant. Swoosh, in the next moment, just as the Tianying trio were prepared to give up all resistance, a sharp thunder-like rushing wind sound suddenly resounded in the sky. At the same time, three rays of light suddenly appeared beside the Tianying trio in a lightning-like manner. Without any explanation, they hugged them. After which, their bodies flashed. In the blink of an eye, the three of them were brought away from the epicenter of the cold wind. At the same time that the Tianying trio were rescued, Xiao Yan's figure also suddenly appeared beside Wuxia Xianxia's lovely body. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed an unbearable expression as he looked at the pitiful girl in front of him, whose tears were already falling like rain. His large hand wrapped around the young lady's slender waist. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. A dense white heavenly flame immediately appeared out of nowhere and swiftly disintegrated the cold ice on the young lady's calf. Although he had rescued the young lady in his embrace, the huge rock below Xiao Yan had also completely collapsed at the same time. Cold wind, which was many times more frightening than before, crazily gushed out. The entire sky emitted a fearful trembling sound at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia, who were completely wrapped by the cold wind, had nowhere to go. The cold wind seemed to have purposely left them behind. It agglomerated into a huge tornado around the two of them. The cold wind whistled like the screams of hundreds of ghosts. It emitted a towering aura that no one could compare with in this world. Outside of the storm, the Tianning trio, who had already been rescued, separately used shocked gazes to look at the two avatars of Xiao Yan beside them and the Northern King, who had been expressionless since the beginning while emitting a murderous aura all over his body. After which, they hurriedly turned their gazes towards the storm that was currently present. The hearts of the Tianning trio instantly sank to the bottom when they sensed the terror of the storm. In the face of such a frightening storm, even with Xiao Yan's shocking fighting strength, it was definitely akin to striking a rock with an egg. Hence, it was likely that Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia had already become people who would definitely die at this moment. Roar! The Tianning trio involuntarily emitted a hoarse roar from their mouths when they thought of this. Their bodies moved and they intended to forcefully step forward to rescue them. In this kind of situation, they would rather lose their lives than allow Wuxia Xianxia to suffer even the slightest injury. It must be said that the loyalty of the Tianning trio was even greater than some humans. However, in the next moment, just as the Tianning trio were about to go all out, an extremely cold and indifferent word was suddenly emitted from the storm. Freeze. Chapter 480. Within a short period of time, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia had once again arrived in front of the snowy peak. Behind them, Tianning and Yan Shi, who had hurried over, followed closely behind. After the cold wind was suppressed by Xiao Yan for a long time, the land, which was originally covered in ice and snow, had a new color. Bright red magma flowed on this land. The vast magma appeared just like a lake. It emitted a high temperature, causing the entire place to become extremely hot. Many magma tributaries were like veins in a human body. From the edge of this magma lake, they gradually spread towards the mountain forest beyond one's sight. Only when they approached the vast mountain forest did they gradually stop spreading towards the deeper parts. On the other side of the magma lake, a towering snow-capped peak towered into the clouds like a giant guarding the end of the magma lake. The bone-chilling cold wind constantly swirled around the snow-capped peak, emitting gusts of wind whistling like the roars of beasts. The pure white flying snow was carried by the cold wind and agglomerated into a snow-white flying dragon. After a roar in the sky, it spread apart with a bang and slowly drifted down from the 9 heavens. At this moment, at the border between the magma lake and the snowy peak, Xiao Yan's group of 5 was standing in the air. Their eyes occasionally swept across the magma lake below. Each of their eyes revealed different expressions. Looking at the magma lake below, which even Tianning himself felt a little dangerous, Tianying's eyes involuntarily revealed a tinge of surprise. At this moment, Tianying's senses sensed that although the cold wind lingering around the snowy peak was quite strong, each time the cold wind was about to land, it would be dissolved by an even hotter wind from below. This cycle repeated and the cold wind was no longer able to sweep into the mountain forest outside the snowy peak. Tianning could not help but click his tongue in amazement when he saw this scene. Of course, the Yan Shi and Xiong gang beside him were naturally already shocked by this scene in front of them. In front of the 3 people, Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia were standing side by side as they watched the scene of ice and fire dissipating in front of them. Each of them had different thoughts in their hearts. Wuxia Xianxia's gaze observed the magma lake below. In her heart, she involuntarily recalled the powerful stance that Xiao Yan had displayed 7 days ago. Following which, an extraordinary splendor flowed within her beautiful eyes. As for Xiao Yan, his heart immediately became excited as though it had been injected with chicken blood when he thought that he would be able to enter the interior of the Shilin mountain range. After all, if one were to count carefully, Xiao Yan had already been in the Shilin mountain range for nearly a year and a half. Back then, he had estimated that it would take him at most half a year to pass through the Shilin mountain range. Xiao Yan had originally thought that as long as he could pass through Tianning and the other two's territories, there should not be any problems with Guyu around. However, who could have imagined that the cold wind would be so terrifying, causing him to delay time and time again until now. Hence, now that he had the opportunity to pass through the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan naturally found it difficult to calm down. Wuxia Xianxia finally withdrew her gaze after staring for a long time. She looked to the other side of the snowy mountain. A glint flowed within her long pretty eyes. Immediately, a crafty smile was revealed on her pretty face that caused one to feel tender affection for her. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw the change in expression on the pretty face of the young lady by the side. A doubtful expression involuntarily appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. Soon after, the young lady's white hand was slowly extended from under her sleeves in front of Xiaoyan's surprised eyes. Immediately, a light flashed in her palm and a jade tablet that emitted a green light appeared in Wuxia Xianxia's hand. The expression on Xiaoyan's face changed when he saw this jade tablet. It instantly turned into joy. This jade tablet was the chi-cold jade that could block the frightening cold wind. A smile involuntarily surfaced on the pretty face of the young lady when she saw the joyous expression on Xiaoyan's face. After which, a thought passed through her mind and the dou qi within her body swiftly surged out and poured into the jade tablet in her hand. Following the pouring in of Wuxia Xianxia's dou qi, the jade tablet that was emitting a gentle green light immediately emitted a strange energy that wrapped around Xiaoyan and Wuxia Xianxia's bodies. Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he sensed the faint strange energy around him. A thought passed through his mind and a powerful spiritual strength surged out from between his brows in an attempt to investigate the energy aura of chi-cold jade. However, the final result caused Xiaoyan to be somewhat stunned in his heart. This was because under the investigation of his spiritual strength, the result that he obtained was an ethereal aura that appeared to be nothingness. Xiaoyan was unable to capture the energy of this chi-cold jade. While Xiaoyan was feeling stunned in his heart, Wuxia Xianxia by the side laughed softly. She ignored the stunned face of Xiaoyan by the side. Her lovely body moved and she took the lead to fly to the other side of the snowy mountain. Behind her, the Sky Eagle trio revealed respectful expressions on their faces when they saw that Wuxia Xianxia was about to leave. They hurriedly bowed and cupped their hands together in the direction that the young lady had left in. At the same time, they spoke in a respectful tone. "Safe journey, young miss." In response, Wuxia Xianxia lifted her jade-like hand. The back of her delicate hand gently waved towards the three people behind her. At the same time, Xiaoyan also recovered the instant the three of them spoke. The expression on his face changed slightly as he swiftly followed. Currently, he needed to rely on this girl to pass through the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. If this little girl were to escape first, Xiaoyan would be unable to leave this place. With the support of chi-cold jade and the strange energy, Xiaoyan and Wuxia Xianxia crossed the snowy mountain peak without any resistance and officially entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Of course, this was merely the edge of the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. There was still quite a distance from the true core of the hinterland. If Xiaoyan wanted to pass through this place, he would need to spend even more time. When Xiaoyan stepped into the air and crossed the majestic snowy mountain peak with a relaxed expression, he could not help but feel excited in his heart. He still remembered that when he had arrived at this place for the first time a couple of months ago, it was already extremely difficult for him to even step onto the broken slope. Back then, Xiaoyan had never even thought that he would be able to easily cross the snowy peak under his feet with his footsteps like this. Now, however, Xiaoyan had really crossed this snowy peak with such ease. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's heart felt as though things had remained the same but people had changed. Phew, he did not know why, but he let out a long sigh in his heart. Perhaps it was the relaxed feeling of successfully entering the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range, or perhaps it was the sigh of the thoughts in his heart just now. Xiaoyan stood in the air as his eyes focused on a certain direction. Soon after, he nodded heavily. His figure moved and he quickly followed Wuxia Xianxia's footsteps, swiftly flying towards the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, half a day had already passed since Xiaoyan and Wuxia Xianxia had entered the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range. Xiaoyan and Wuxia Xianxia could be said to have traveled non-stop during this half a day. Even though this was the case, there was still quite a large distance between the two of them and the middle of the hinterland of Shilin. On the way forward side by side with Wuxia Xianxia, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of a question that he had been puzzled about for a long time. After pondering for a long time, Xiao Yan finally turned his gaze towards the young lady beside him. The expression in his eyes flickered slightly. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth and asked, "That's right, I have a question that I have always wanted to ask you. I wonder if you can answer it for me?" Hearing Xiao Yan's sudden words, a doubtful expression surfaced on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face. After which, she nodded her head gently. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Yan and said, "Ask away." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head gently. After which, he mused for a moment and said, "If I have guessed correctly, there should be at least one elite Daoist in the hinterland of the Shili mountain range, right?" Seeing this, the expression on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face involuntarily changed slightly. Even her forward-flying footsteps involuntarily paused. The young lady's eyebrows were knitted slightly, but she finally nodded her head gently. Seeing this, Xiao Yan finally nodded his head. He immediately frowned and opened his mouth to ask, "But since that is the case, why did he not appear when the cold wind erupted? With his strength, he should have the ability to suppress the cold wind. At the very least, he should not have allowed Tianying and the others to end up in such a state. There is a reason for that. Moreover, the Shilin mountain range has rules that belong to this place. The eastern wall being broken is originally the responsibility of the three of them. The hinterland of the Shilin mountain range has 4 mountain walls and there are people guarding each of them. If the 4 mountain walls were to be broken one day, don't tell me that the owner of the Shilin mountain range has to personally seal them?" Hearing the grumbling hidden within Xiao Yan's voice, the expression on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face suddenly sunk. Her tone was low and deep as she spoke sternly to Xiao Yan. "Regardless of what the reason is, he can't just sit back and do nothing. If I was not around when the eastern wall collapsed this time around, not only would Tianying and the others not be able to survive, but even you would also be in danger. Don't tell me that he, a dignified elite Daoist, is actually unwilling to be involved in such a situation." However, the tone in Xiao Yan's mouth was also raised in the face of Wuxia Xianxia's reply. When his words sounded, it actually caused the young lady by the side to be speechless. Although the young lady had a clear answer in her heart as to why that person did not intervene, she could not clearly state this point due to her relationship with Xiao Yan. This also caused Wuxia Xianxia to feel a bitterness in her heart that she could not speak of. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to continue asking, a muffled thump was suddenly emitted from Wuxia Xianxia's hand. Soon after, the strange energy that originally wrapped around Xiao Yan and Wuxia Xianxia swiftly disappeared. At the same time, the expressions on Xiao Yan's and Wuxia Xianxia's faces instantly changed. Chapter 481. The sun and moon could not be seen in this vast white world. White snow drifted in the air as tens of thousands of green light rays shot out from the cracks between a pile of shattered rocks. They were like sharp swords that pointed towards the sky. The Sky Eagle trio stood in the empty space outside the range of the green light. Their eyes revealed a grave expression as they looked at the pile of shattered rocks below Xiao Yan's body. The huge rocks shattered as cold winds surged. Pieces of shattered rocks were continuously blown away by the cold wind. The rough outline of the canyon once again appeared in front of the Sky Eagle trio. Besides Sky Eagle, Wuxia Xianxia had already completely awoken. When she recalled the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier, her eyes involuntarily revealed a deep shock. When the 4 of them turned their gazes towards the current Xiao Yan, their pupils involuntarily shrunk a little at this moment. The expressions on their faces also became sluggish. Xiao Yan stood in the empty space above the ruined Cold Wind Canyon. With each step he took, a dense white flame spread out from under his feet. Wherever the flame passed, the cold wind in the world would be instantly wiped away. Even the empty space had become boiling hot at this moment. Finally, when Xiao Yan stood in the middle of the canyon, all the cold chi in the world had already completely disappeared with the exception of his feet. Flame domain, activate. A faint voice was slowly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. His voice was not loud, but it was just like thunder that resounded across the world. It reverberated endlessly, causing the entire world to hum at this moment. After Xiao Yan's words sounded, the dense white flame light curtain under Xiao Yan's feet in the sky also suddenly rose at this moment. It turned into a fiercely burning hot flame that carried a frightening might that could incinerate the sky as it rose violently in the sky. Although Sky Eagle's group was quite a distance away from Xiao Yan, even so, they were still able to sense the high temperature that was transmitted from the air at such a great distance. This frightening temperature actually caused their breathing to involuntarily become a little sluggish. The few of them revealed solemn expressions as they stared at the frightening flame that rose around Xiao Yan's body. Their originally pale faces were grilled by the high temperature in the air until they were flushed red. Waves of perspiration also swiftly surged out. At the same time, the gazes that the few of them used to look at the dense white flame were also filled with shock. Just what kind of flame was this? It was actually able to cause them, 9-star half-martial emperors, to be unable to face it. Although a large part of the reason for this was due to their current state, it was still sufficient to let them experience the terror of this flame. This is the heavenly flame ranked 11th on the heavenly flame list. Other than the eldest young Miss Murong Qianxian, Sky Eagle was the most experienced amongst the few of them. Hence, after carefully observing for a moment, Sky Eagle's tone was finally filled with shock as he slowly exclaimed. The expressions on the faces of the three people behind him instantly turned into shock when Sky Eagle's words sounded. The Flame Lion and Xiong Gang exchanged glances with each other. The expressions on their faces were one more shocked than the other. They never expected that the dense white flame in front of them was actually the heavenly flame ranked 11th on the heavenly flame list, the bone-chilling flame. Who the hell is this guy? He is actually able to possess such a powerful heavenly flame. The Flame Lion's eyes revealed a grave expression as he stared at the dense white flame around Xiao Yan's body. The muscles on his face involuntarily twitched intensely as he spoke in an extremely shocked tone. Sky Eagle and Xiong Gang by the side involuntarily frowned when they heard this. Although they were already aware that Xiao Yan possessed a heavenly flame, they were also clearly aware in their hearts that it was merely a seed flame among the heavenly flames. It was not rare for such flames to circulate on the continent. Hence, they were completely able to accept it. However, with such a powerful heavenly flame aura, the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan had unleashed at this moment was definitely not something that an ordinary seed flame could compare with. Such strength could only be unleashed by a genuine heavenly flame essence. Hence, this caused Sky Eagle's trio to be so shocked by the bone-chilling flame that Xiao Yan had unleashed at this moment. At the same time, in the sky above the valley, Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he swept his gaze over the valley below, which was like a pile of rocks. Immediately, his feet gently stepped on the empty air. Immediately, a terrifying pressure swept out from Xiao Yan's body in all directions. It was just like a flash flood erupting. In the blink of an eye, it suppressed the cold wind that was whistling out from the crack line below. The expressions on the faces of Sky Eagle's group involuntarily changed once again when they saw this scene. Their hearts felt incomparably shocked because of this. However, Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, quickly lifted his right hand. His palm faced upwards as he spread it in the empty space in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was emitted. The dense white heavenly flame immediately rose from his palm. Immediately, Xiao Yan twisted his wrist. His fair hand controlled the dense white heavenly flame in his hand and seemingly casually flipped it downwards. Rumble, this palm of Xiao Yan's appeared to be casual. However, the instant Xiao Yan's palm was flipped downwards, the heavenly flame suddenly churned in the empty space below Xiao Yan's feet. In the blink of an eye, it had already agglomerated into a huge heavenly flame palm that covered the entire land. Bang! When Xiao Yan's palm fell, the huge heavenly flame palm also violently smashed onto the entire land below with a loud bang. Immediately, the entire depths of the Shilin mountain range began to tremble violently. The Shilin mountain range, which had just calmed down, was once again alarmed. Countless magical beasts frantically fled in all directions like birds startled by the twang of a bow. At the same time, the pile of rocks below Xiao Yan's feet was violently smashed down by a terrifying force. The entire heavenly flame palm was directly embedded into the ground, suppressing the entire valley below along with the rocks and ice. This palm of Xiao Yan's had directly created a huge basin on the ground. The frightening strength of the heavenly flame palm had flattened the bottom of the basin until it was completely flat. Not even the slightest crack could be seen. The valley below was also flattened by this palm. Hiss! Tian Ying's group involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they saw this scene. The expression on their faces also became increasingly interesting. In the blink of an eye, the Cold Wind Valley, which had a frightening aura earlier, was actually just like a clay doll that could be kneaded by Xiao Yan at this moment. The frightening cold wind, which could originally destroy the entire Shilin mountain range, was actually extinguished by Xiao Yan's palm. It must be said that this scene was something that the Tianying trio did not even dare to imagine. However, when it appeared in front of them at this moment, it caused them to feel as though they were in a dream. Of course, when they looked at their companions beside them, they did not doubt that this frightening scene in front of them had truly happened. After resolving the gorge and eliminating the hidden danger in front of him, the guilt within Xiao Yan's heart had finally been wiped away at this moment. A large part of the reason why he had intervened was because of Wuxia Xianxia's group. Of course, another small part of it was because of what Tian Ying's group had said earlier. From the way Xiao Yan saw it, the destruction of the eastern wall was caused by him. It was only natural for him to step forward and resolve it. Earlier, he originally thought that there was no need for him to intervene. However, since he had already intervened at this moment, he would definitely not leave any hidden danger behind. If it was merely to suppress this enormous crack in front of him, the current Xiao Yan had 100 different methods. However, this method was ultimately only temporary. It treated the symptoms but not the root cause. At the very latest, the cold wind would erupt once again in a couple of 100 years. At that time, he would not be around. Even if the Tianying trio had broken through to the Do D class, they would still be unable to seal it given the strength of the cold wind. Hence, Xiao Yan must think of a way to completely resolve this cold wind today. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he thought of this. This cold wind had surged out from underground. The seal of humans could only be preserved for 100 years. If he was unable to find the source of this cold wind, he must think of a solution from underground. Giving others a taste of their own medicine. Xiao Yan frowned and thought for a moment. After which, a smile swiftly appeared in front of him. He had nearly forgotten that other than the thick rock soil under the ground, there was also boiling hot magma at the deepest part of the ground. That thing was also a natural strength. Although it was not as frightening as a heavenly flame, it was similarly endless. Would it not be perfect to use the natural strength to resist this endless cold wind? Xiao Yan acted as soon as he thought of this. He immediately shut his eyes. A thought passed through his mind and a frightening spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between his brows. It swiftly spread towards the deepest part of the ground below. Not long later, under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he had already sensed an extremely high temperature. The magma that was emitting a frighteningly high temperature continued to churn deep underground like seawater. That frightening aura was as though there was a huge dragon present at the bottom of the magma. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan involuntarily recalled the time when he was under the blazing sky chi refining tower, in the Jiangnan Academy back then. Under the magma there seemed to be a kind of mysterious lizard-like creature that could survive within the magma. It was also at that time that Xiao Yan had met the Dragon Emperor of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, Zhu Kun, for the first time. Now that he thought about it, all of this seemed to have happened yesterday. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily sigh emotionally in his heart. The frightening spiritual strength within Xiao Yan's body suddenly spread out at this moment and reached deep underground. A thought passed through his mind and a dense white heavenly flame suddenly rose from deep underground. It will be you. Xiao Yan laughed softly in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the magma underground suddenly churned intensely. Following Xiao Yan's thought, it swiftly broke through the rock soil and swiftly surged towards the surface. Bang! Following a soul-stirring explosion, the bright red magma was just like a huge fire dragon as it suddenly spat out from under the ground. It leaped into the empty air before landing heavily. It was just like a fountain that swiftly surged out from the middle of the palm-shaped basin and gradually filled the entire basin. Chapter 482. The instant the indifferent voice was transmitted over, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed. The movement of his hands also came to a halt. Sensing the icy cold indifference within those words, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt fear. The strength of this person was at least an elite Do Di. Who? Elder, this junior is Xiao Yan. I do not have any ill intentions for offending Elder's territory today. I only hope to borrow your path. After keeping the heavenly flame in front of him, Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully toward the surrounding empty space. He used his gaze to sweep the surrounding area. As expected, he did not see the figure of the other party. He was even unable to identify the exact direction that the voice came from. He was also unable to detect even the slightest trace of the other party's aura. This fellow who had suddenly spoken was like an illusory wind, causing one to be unable to find any traces. Oh. Since you have only come to borrow my path, then what happened to her? Why was she injured? If you can't say it, you will die. The indifferent voice did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiao Yan was not surprised to hear a cold killing intent from it. He did not doubt any of the words that this elder said. If he could not answer, the other party would definitely kill him with one strike before he could even react. Xiao Yan's face was filled with a cold light. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He did not know if it was right or wrong to ask Wuxia Xianxia to bring him in this time around. The other party actually wanted his life the moment she opened her mouth. This really caused him to be a little overwhelmed by favor. Turning his head to look at Wuxia Xianxia who was lying on his back, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a bitter smile. He softly said, "Why don't you say it?" Hearing this, the young lady's eyes, which had just looked at Xiao Yan, immediately turned away. Both of her eyes covered Xiao Yan's back, causing Xiao Yan to feel helpless in his heart. This attitude of Wuxia Xianxia was equivalent to pushing him to the guillotine. Cough cough, Xiao Yan softly coughed twice. He respectfully cupped his hands toward the surrounding sky. Only then did he open his mouth and speak. Replying to Senior Wuxia Xianxia, that's enough. I've already given you time, but since you're not willing to answer my questions, then let's end it here. You trespassed on my territory, and now you're even a human. Die, brat. The moment those indifferent words fell, a sharp sound of breaking winds suddenly resounded in the world. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed drastically. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he wanted to dodge. However, Xiao Yan immediately discovered that his body had unknowingly been forcefully restrained in the same spot by a frightening strength. Xiao Yan already had no way of dodging this attack that would injure him. While his heart was greatly shaken, Xiao Yan could only hurriedly shout for Gu Yu in his heart. After all, from the aura of the person in front of him, it did not seem like he was joking. If Gu Yu did not appear, it was likely that he would not have any chance of survival. Given the strength contained in this attack, if it landed on Xiao Yan's body, forget about surviving, it would be difficult for him to even leave an intact corpse. In the blink of an eye, that frightening wind had already descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 feet from Xiao Yan's head. It was about to land on Xiao Yan's body. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan knew that there was no way for him to dodge. He could not rely on Gu Yu. At this moment, he could only rely on himself. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and his body suddenly shook. The dragon phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated. In the blink of an eye, the dragon phoenix ancient armor had already covered Xiao Yan's entire body. At the same time, the King Kong glass body was also unleashed. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body, which had been confined to the spot, was able to move. Ha! From Xiao Yan's point of view, the best defense was a bold attack. In the face of danger, it was better to go all out instead of being a yes man and waiting for death to descend. Even if he died, he would make the other party pay the price. Ha! Xiao Yan waved his large hand and kept the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. At the same time, a beautiful heavenly flame swiftly gathered in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan, who had transformed into a King Kong god, waved his large hand. Do Qi wildly gathered in his enormous palm. Immediately, the frightening wind was about to land. Sister Bing Shuang, don't. At this critical moment, it was originally thought that there would be an earth-shaking frightening collision. However, in exchange, it was actually Wuxia Xianxia's lovely cry that soared to the sky. At the same time, Wuxia Xianxia's delicate lovely body had already blocked the sky above Xiao Yan's head. She intended to use her body to block this fatal attack for Xiao Yan. Qi, in the blink of an eye, the frightening wind that had already landed in front of Wuxia Xianxia's lovely body abruptly came to a halt amidst a wave of sharp rushing wind sound. Immediately, the frightening wind was easily dissolved. As the wind scattered, an absolute beauty with snow-white skin and ice-blue long hair was revealed. She was wearing an ice-blue long dress. This lady had an extremely beautiful face that could be said to be unparalleled. Her lips were like a red pill and her small and tall nose brought out the beauty of her face. Her willow eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes contained a pair of icy blue eyes that contained a cold glint. At the same time that she was beautiful, it also added an overbearing feeling like that of a king. Seeing the beautiful lady in front of her, a joyous smile immediately surfaced on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face. Her lovely body moved and she tightly hugged the lady in front of her. The latter's originally indifferent face also revealed a rare smile that could overturn the world following Wuxia Xianxia's hug. If such a peerless beauty were to walk outside, she would definitely attract countless number of men to fall head over heels for her. They would be willing to do anything for her. It was likely that even some famous experts would be involuntarily moved by her beauty. Of course, if anyone wanted to get close to her, it was likely that they would first have to be stronger than her. After all, this ice beauty with a peerless appearance was not just a flower vase that appeared to be as beautiful as her appearance. Her strength was sufficient to cause the entire western region to tremble. However, just as this ice beauty and Wuxia Xianxia were hugging each other, the Daoist skill that Xiao Yan had already released from his hands below was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. It no longer had any possibility of being withdrawn. In the blink of an eye, that frightening palm carried all of the remaining Do Qi in Xiao Yan's body and violently smashed toward the two beauties who were less than 100 feet away from him. In the face of this palm being thrown out, an anxious expression swiftly surfaced on Xiao Yan's face at this moment. How could he have known that Wuxia Xianxia would actually suddenly jump out and use her body to block this attack for him at such a critical moment? From the looks of it, this situation was already irreversible. Be careful. Following a stern cry that shook the sky, the enormous golden palm that was less than 10 feet away from Wuxia Xianxia and Wuxia Xianxia instantly paused in the air. Raising one's head, one could see that the ice beauty had actually carelessly lifted her white hand. Her 5 fingers were extended and at the same time, an invisible energy instantly swept out from her palm and forcefully imprisoned the enormous golden palm in the air. Bang! The next moment, the ice beauty gently clenched her hand and the enormous golden-colored handprint burst apart with a bang. Immediately, it transformed into waves of extremely pure Do Qi that once again returned to Xiao Yan's body. Chapter 483. In the blink of an eye, 1 week later, Xiao Yan's body, which had been unconscious for 7 days, finally slowly woke up at this moment on a stone bed in a stone room within Sky Eagle's cave dwelling. The steady movements purposely appeared to be prolonged and powerful. Xiao Yan's pale face had already completely recovered its redness. His white hair had also recovered its dark black color. The tiredness between his brows had also disappeared with the 7 days of deep sleep. At a certain moment, the eyelids of Xiao Yan, who was in a deep slumber, trembled slightly. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. Immediately, his somewhat heavy eyelids were slowly opened, revealing 2 bright dark black eyes that were like 2 black pearls. Xiao Yan's eyeballs rotated slightly. His body, which had just woken up, appeared somewhat weak. Immediately, Xiao Yan's body, which was lying flat on the stone bed, shook gently. His strong body swiftly sat up. The tiredness within his body also swiftly disappeared. Xiao Yan twisted his body gently. Immediately, the cracking sound of bones colliding was emitted from within his body. As he sensed the comfortable feeling that was transmitted from the collision of bones, Xiao Yan involuntarily exhaled a long breath of air. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at the surrounding world. When Xiao Yan saw the familiar rock buildings around him, he immediately reacted in his heart. The place he was currently in was Sky Eagle's cave dwelling. With this thought in mind, the matter from 7 days ago swiftly surged into Xiao Yan's mind. The conversation he had with Wuxia Xianxia's group before he fainted was also completely recalled by Xiao Yan at this moment. Ugh! Wuxia Xianxia. That's right, where is Wuxia Xianxia? Didn't I ask her if she could help me enter the Shilin mountain range? She has yet to answer me. When he thought of Wuxia Xianxia, Xiao Yan's heart immediately associated the matter of entering the Shilin mountain range. His mouth involuntarily exclaimed. His heart was also filled with doubts regarding Wuxia Xianxia's answer back then. Entering the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range was something that Xiao Yan had to do. Without obtaining a definite answer, Xiao Yan was naturally unable to feel at ease. Stinking brat, you're thinking about women the moment you wake up. That day, I was the one who gave you support. Otherwise, how could you have dealt with that cold wind? Now that you've woken up, it's fine if you don't thank me, but you're actually here thinking about women. You're really ungrateful. Guyu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, appeared to have been wronged when he heard the exclamation that was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. He quietly curled his mouth and spoke to Xiao Yan in a somewhat depressed tone. Xiao Yan only recovered after hearing this. The expression on his face involuntarily became a little embarrassed. He awkwardly smiled and dryly laughed at Guyu within his body. Haha, old Gu, this junior knows his mistake. The reason why we were able to seal the crack back then was indeed because of old Gu's efforts. This junior will thank you on their behalf. Guyu laughed upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. His mood improved, but Xiao Yan opened his mouth again soon after. The expression on Guyu's old face had become gloomy. Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy when he heard this. In that case, old Gu, can you tell me whether Wuxia Xianxia agreed to bring me into the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range that day? Guyu decisively chose to remain silent. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, frowned tightly. His heart was a little anxious. He was extremely concerned about that result. Whether it was true or not would affect whether he could pass through the Shilin mountain range. Hence, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. Crack, crack, crack. However, at this moment, the thick stone door of the stone room was opened from the outside. 2 human figures walked in one after another while Xiao Yan raised his eyes. They were Tianning and Wuxia Xianxia. The 2 of them had just stepped into the stone room when they immediately saw Xiao Yan seated beside the stone bed. Immediately, Tianning and Wuxia Xianxia, who had just taken a step forward, paused in the air. At the same time, the expressions on their faces also froze. It was as though time had stopped at this moment. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed when he saw this. At the same time, Tianning and Wuxia Xianxia finally recovered. Immediately, a joy swiftly surged into the eyes of the 2 of them. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Xiao Yan, you have finally woken up. You do not know just how worried all of us were about you during these 7 days that you were unconscious. In the blink of an eye, a bold laughter was quickly emitted from Tianying's mouth. At the same time, Tianning also strode forward in an unrestrained and bold manner. With a couple of large strides, he arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan had already stood up from the stone bed when Tianning arrived in front of him when he saw the person who had arrived. Faced with Tianying's words, Xiao Yan immediately cupped his hands together towards the former. His gaze glanced at Wuxia Xianxia behind him before opening his mouth to laugh out loud. Haha, I am really sorry to have caused everyone to worry. While he spoke, Xiao Yan also came to know from Tianying's words that he had been unconscious for 7 days. Haha, the three of us are fine. After some investigation, we found out the reason why you were unconscious. However, it has been tough on our young miss. She has always been worried about you and has not left your side for the past few days. A complicated expression flashed across Tian Ying's face after his words sounded. He secretly glanced at Wuxia Xianxia behind him, only to discover that the latter was currently looking at him with an expression as though she wanted to eat him. This caused Tian Ying to involuntarily feel a chill on his back. Cough cough, Tian Ying hurriedly coughed twice. He swiftly turned around and hid behind Wuxia Xianxia with an embarrassed smile on his face. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily turned a little red when he saw the beauty in front of him once again. The words that were originally at the tip of his tongue were also forcefully stuck between his teeth. A redness involuntarily surfaced on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face when she saw Xiao Yan's appearance. Her pretty eyes rotated and she appeared to be deep in thought. Immediately, she pursed her red lips and opened her mouth to speak. Don't listen to his nonsense. This young miss is not worried about you. How can someone who possesses such great strength die so easily? Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart when he heard this. Wuxia Xianxia curled her lips at Xiao Yan and quickly opened her mouth to speak. However, since you are fine now, let's go. Huh? The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily froze when he heard Wuxia Xianxia's unclear words. Doubt immediately rose in his heart. He let out a soft, and immediately asked with a frown. Go? Go where? A smile involuntarily surfaced on Wuxia Xianxia's pretty face when she saw this. Her pretty eyes rotated and her gaze fiercely glanced at Xiao Yan. She snorted softly and said angrily, Didn't you say that you wanted to enter the hinterland of the Shilin mountain range? Since you helped us seal the cold wind and saved us, and most importantly, you saved this young miss, this request is not too much. This young miss will reluctantly agree to it. At the same time that her voice fell, the young girl placed her hands behind her back. Her delicate body was like a blooming lotus as she turned around and walked out of the stone room with a charming smile. After that, when Xiao Yan heard this sudden news, his face that was originally at a loss of what to do immediately revealed an expression of wild joy. His body moved and he hurriedly followed.